So that's all set up then. So we're live on YouTube and everything.
Yeah, we're on YouTube and on Twitch at the moment live. Yeah.
Cool.
And then we're gonna send out now the link to the team, to the platform. And then we're going to begin talking about the market, chat about anything we see, all that stuff. Just give me a sec, bud, to just post all this stuff. All right. Okay. Now, Jake, your mic's off, buddy.
There we go. That's it. It said that you muted everybody, so it must have muted me too.
My bad. Jamie, how you doing, brother? Jamie, just let me know if you want to unmute. Like, we're not doing a live session right now, so if you want to come hang out with us, you can chat, of course.
Hey, Jamie. How are you, buddy?
Okay, so Sharif's now going to be sending out the email. No worries, Jamie. All good, brother. Jake, just so you know, Jamie's the man. He's Jamie's been a long time member.
Yeah.
And awesome guy. Just awesome guy. He works his ass off to get better. So if he ever needs help, give him all the attention he needs. Okay. Hi Hector, welcome buddy. All right, so Jake, in a few minutes here we'll get everybody on, and then we'll start going through the pairs, okay?
Cool, sounds good. Give you my little insight as well.
Yeah.
Did you see the Japanese yen was the strongest pair yesterday, and now it's one of the weakest?
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
I'm going to be doing all
it was the Japanese yen, US dollar, and pound. And now the Japanese yen's at a minus 2.5. Mental.
Just a lot of optimism right now. So, here, I need to get down the numbers.
I'm going to put you on my other screen.
Jacob, how you doing, brother? If you want to have your webcam on and come hang out with us, you let me know. Just do that emoji hand. Anybody who wants to hang out with us can. We're not doing a live session until 8 o'clock, or a couple hours from now. Grab my... Oh, it's up here.
I like those LED lights you've got.
Thanks, buddy. They're just spotlights.
Oh, the spotlights?
Mm-hmm. They're all cheap on Amazon.
Send me the link.
All right. So this is a trading room. Hector, Jacob, Jamie, for those of you that are on right now. You guys can, if you have any suggestions, if you want me to look at anything, feel free to put your webcam on, come hang out with us. This is what we're going to do for a couple hours before live sessions, okay?
You just posted it on Telegram.
I'm going to be posting it on Telegram, yeah.
Just come with a notification.
you in.
Is everybody in?
Yeah, we have people in. People come in and out. All right. Good morning. All right, let's get to it.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm on Euro USD. I'm gonna send you. This is the order that I go in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through, yeah? Cool. So start on your USD.
Yeah, just the most liquid pair.
Cool.
I'll be sending you now. So whenever we start a run through, this will be the pairs that we go through. I'll be posting this on the chat room as well.
Cool.
Okay, so those are the pairs that I run through. Let me send that to you via Telly as well. Just to let you know, to the members, we're going to have our own Telegram channel today to Team FXG.
Cool.
Boom.
I'll put those in my motions. I'll copy and paste those.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Bitcoin on that?
So there will be an email sent for I'm just responding to a question. There will be an email sent to all members to join Telegram today. There's currently a Telegram. There's going to be 2 Telegrams. One Telegram for non-members and one Telegram for members. Okay? There's going to be significance in the difference in content. You don't need to join the one for non-members because all the content that they're getting, you're going to get and more. So just wait for the email that comes out for the Telegram link for members only. Okay, so that'll be coming out today. All right, let's go through. Let's run down. Just gonna have some coffee first here. All right, let's chat about this.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Okay, so Euro USD I'm interested in right now for potential re-entry to the upside. So as you can see here, let's take a look. Okay, as you can see here, Euro is testing our monthly zone, right? So we have pushed our monthly zone. We're now seeing an impulse move to the downside because fundamental pressures to the upside, both short term and long term. I think we could have some sort of retest to previous high after this impulse to the downside. So let's, I'm just adding now area of sensitivity. Okay, boom. Let's add Fibonacci. Okay, so I'm now going to just mark our fib zones. Okay, I know it looks ugly, but we're just going to do this for a sec here. I want you, baby.
Don't know why, David. It's just saying on my screen, David Dotan started sharing screen. It's not showing me the screen.
Really?
Yeah, it's a weird one. Oh no, there we go. I've got you now. Oh no, I've only got you.
Yeah, you still can't see my screen?
And then when you share screen, it says David Dotan started sharing screen. It's weird.
Can no one else see my screen?
If everybody else can, then it's probably, I don't know what that is.
Okay, anyways, just follow me here with the Jamie sees my screen. It could just be you, buddy.
Cool.
Follow me here though. So Euro USD.
Just go off what you're saying, so cool.
So the purple is consolidation and the blues are Fibonacci. Okay, so from what I understand, from what it looks like here, it looks like most of the sensitivity is coming in at the lower level of consolidation. Okay, so I believe that we're likely going to have a move back to the upside from lower level of consolidation here before a retest. So we got to figure out why you can't see my screen.
How about I leave and then join again? Oh no, but yeah, there we go. I've done it now.
You got the screen? You can see it?
I've got everything now.
Okay, for those of you who can't see my screen, just exit and come back. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so as you can see, most of our fib placements were around here anyways. Our lower level of consolidation. We had a 30, 38.2, we had a 50 down below, and we had a 61.8 somewhere down here. So I believe that we'll probably see most of our buy pressure at lower level consolidation. So I'm thinking this to the upside. Well, so Euro is not.
Euro at the minute is a positive 1.7, USD negative 2.2.
Yeah, but the Euro is going to see, yeah. Anyways, we're looking for a move back to the upside here, then a higher time frame entry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I had that consolidation plus my data about and it broke, so yeah, I got that now.
Awesome, good. Glad you're fixed. Hi JJ. Hi Ed. Alright, I'm just on EuroCAD now.
Okay, I'll change it. Cool.
Alright, EuroCAD. What's that, our zones? How was your weekend? What did you get up to?
Mine?
Yeah.
What did I get up to? I was mainly trading, taking the dog a walk. It snowed here. There was like 9 inches of snow in Sheffield. So
that's a lot.
took a walk in the woods. Had a brilliant time. What about you?
It's not a bad weekend. Also hung out with the dog, spent some time with the wife. Did some work. Honestly, nothing crazy, man. I've been taking it really easy with COVID with my mom. So
yeah. So what's it like over there? Like, cause like here we're in our 3rd lockdown, and like people are actually getting like fined now for like even going on a walk with their friend. Like these 2 women went on a walk in the park, social distance, and they got fined. But obviously they've dropped it now. But they're really honing in on me. It's quite, yeah.
Oh yeah, they're well, we're doing better than majority of places. Like we're doing better than the UK, so they're not as strict over here. However, they're definitely strict. It's not like you can just have a party. You're allowed to be with your close group, like family, but that's about it. They don't really suggest you go out anywhere, but still, there's some bars open and pubs open.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's actually people here like respect one another. Like even if not everybody believes in the masks and all that stuff, they'll still wear one and whatnot, you know. So, it's not as bad.
We haven't had pubs, restaurants, anything open for about 4 months, and we had shops open briefly, like the clothes shop and everything, for like a month up to Christmas, and then that was it. Just closed everything down again.
It's tough, man. The majority of the world's like that right now. It's fucking tough.
It's a bit like back and forth. So it's like when it first started, lockdown for 2 weeks, and then it was, yeah, you can go to the pub, you can do anything, just sit down meals, everything, which was fine, but you could still have like a social life, you could still go out and stuff. But then it's like they give you freedom and then it's taken away. You think it's getting better, it gets taken. It's just a constant back and forth. You just always like kind of thinking, oh yeah, it's getting better now. We can kind of get back to normal, and then they go back straight to what they was before.
They are messing with everybody.
Literally, businesses are going down. I know people that because like most of my friends are into the gym, personal trainers, everything, and they're all screwed. Small business owner, my friend owns a coffee shop. He's screwed. It's not great.
Listen, anybody who has any offline retail, whether it's any storefront is getting crushed right now. Any storefront is getting crushed. This is another.
Like storefronts were struggling anyway here. You go down the market, and probably half of them are boarded up, but the ones that do well do really, really well.
Mm-hmm. They all are. Like, that's the way it is. It's such a high risk business, but if you hit it good. You know what I mean?
Very, very. It's very all like. Well, obviously, I'm not into that business, but I've just got an email now saying week 2 of lockdown 3.0 from a bar that I used to go to. So they're still advertising. hoping it's going to get better. Get your free shot of Jägermeister when we open.
Oh my god! Free shot of Jaeger. Add some Red Bull to that. Leaked Yellen and nobly make a move. Euro looks Italian Cinephobe. Leaked text of Yellen suggests events will not be nobly market moving. Okay, so Euro waits Italian vote. Okay. Upside movement have fizzled.
Is that clock meant to like represent a Rolex?
It is a Rolex. It's made by Rolex actually.
Oh.
They do wall clocks.
That's a bit of a flex right there, David. I'm not gonna lie. Just flexing the big Rolex thing on the wall right there. I thought that it was like a replica. No, I think it's a real Rolex. I'm not gonna ask anymore. Say no more.
You know, I used to buy a lot of watches and stuff, and now not anymore. Now I don't need to spend the money on that. I used to have a big passion for watches. And now I still have that passion. I respect it, but I just don't need to keep buying them.
Yeah, you would rather spend it on something else, which
yep.
I think is quite common. Do you know when people like start making money and stuff, you get like expensive habits, you come into things and all that stuff. Then you realize you don't really need that stuff.
I'm having that with my wife at the moment. My wife is a clinical.
Really?
My wife is a clinical counselor, so she's a therapist. So she just went through her whole practicum and all that stuff, and she just started making real money. And and now she's spending like more than she was, and you can lose sight quick. And what happened this weekend, I was like, she made a purchase. I was like, wow, you need to tone it down. You need to realize that's stupid spending. She bought a pair of Uggs 2 days before they were going to go on sale because we were going somewhere. And then she also with that bought a $20 pair of socks. And I was like, you just realized you bought socks for $20, right? And you paid another $40 more than you should have by not being patient another 2 days. And she's like, oh my God, I'm getting too comfortable. I'm like, yep, you're getting too comfortable.
Oh, wow.
Shouldn't be spending $20 on a pair of socks, no matter how rich you are. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so EuroCAD. All right, let's take it to EuroCAD. All right, EuroCAD, I could see you Impulse move back to the downside. Okay, so we know that the euro at the moment is currently weaker than the CAD. CAD and the euro are pretty strong. Or the CAD is stronger than the euro, even at some points. We have a push to the upside, exhaustion. We have a failure of continuational push, telling us that there's a lot of sell pressure. We identified sell pressure here. So what happened was sellers started to push back to the downside as fundamentals started to change. We're having an impulse move off area sensitivity, and we're looking for a move back to the downside. Now that's going to happen here or here. Let's identify fib, actually. By the way, for those of you who are watching us from the team,
Look at that.
FXG, you can see this on Twitch and YouTube as well. Just not, I don't think they can hear us. They won't be able to hear us. They just see things.
Have we got some classical music in the background?
Not today. I think it's just muted, but there is coming. Yeah. All right, so here we have our fibs. All right. So where's price going to find its area of sell sensitivity? Well, it's crazy because all our fibs are in between our mid range and our upper zone, so it could turn really at any moment. What we might be waiting for is price to make a push or an impulse move breaking to the upside, and then we might just enter when price breaks its mid-range zone back to the downside.
Yeah, it's finding buy pressure. It's weekly now.
Yeah, it's finding quite a bit of buy pressure at this area of sensitivity. I don't think we're gonna see a move back to the downside right now based on how price has made its way to its mid-range zone.
No.
So I'm kind of just thinking that we're going to be looking for an entry once price rebreaks back to the downside, regardless of when it sees that change in direction. We'll adjust SL, as price makes its moves. So we'll identify that later. But yeah, this is relatively what I'm thinking. Price will make its way to the upside. There's plenty of fib zones in between. Once it decides to change direction, we'll find an entry once price rebreaks back to the downside.
And then exhaustion.
Potentially, right? Potentially. We'll see how deep that goes.
That's what I would look for. I would look for a break, exhaustion, and then look for something to take it down to the next zone.
Right. All right. Cool. All right, so EuroCAD. We'll look for an entry back to the downside. Euro Aussie. I mean, Euro is what? Euro is at a negative 0.9. Aussie's at a positive 1.6. Okay.
Are you on the medium term or the long term on the currency scan?
I'm looking at the overall, the average.
Okay, because I've got short term, medium term, and long term on here.
Yeah, I know. You can see the average as well, though. So it's the average of all that.
Cool. That's not.
But once we have our broker platform is up, it's going to be much simpler than that. It's pretty much direct from the broker.
Oh. I'm speaking on you. No. Euro, Australian dollar.
Let me know if you see anything. Interesting.
Daily, euro, Australian dollar. Yeah, I was on the 1 hour time frame. I was looking for a sell, but it didn't really work out. This was the only pair of the day that I was potentially looking.
You were looking at a sell from where?
So as you can see, it's gonna just gone to the so yeah, it's broken monthly. So rearranged to its next.
Make sure to share your screen.
I don't want to share my screen just in case that my internet goes down because it hasn't been updated yet. But I can like.
Oh, they didn't update it yet to the update.
They said the 19th, but it can happen anytime. So like, there's like literally like a massive green box at the bottom of the road, and all they do is just go from one to the other. So yeah, it's
okay.
So,
yeah, try to put pressure on them. Okay.
It needs to get done. Or I can use my phone internet. My phone internet's like 70, 80 megabytes per second.
Yeah, still though, that's not ideal.
Not really reliable. But yeah, I'll ring them.
It's okay in the meantime.
If it's not done by 6 p.m. my time, I have to ring them because they literally said to me yesterday, oh, it'll just get done when the engineers got time. I'm like, no, I need it tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. I hear you. Okay, so Euro Aussie is quite simple. I mean, we see that push to the downside from our zone, right? So we got probably some sort of exhaustion coming with buy pressure right after that extension to the downside. However, it's not certain. But what I'm hoping for is we see some sort of exhaustion, then a move back to the downside. Euro Aussie right now is kind of too extended. It's too extended. And yeah, it's just too extended. Yeah, we have to see some sort of exhaustion before look to the downside here. Okay, we're definitely not moving down at where price is at the moment.
On the Euro Swiss now.
Yeah, just one sec.
Cool.
Just doing,
No, it's not wait for you.
Gotta do a couple things here to log in.
I need that one.
Hmm.
We're taking questions, aren't we, David?
Just doing morning work with Sharif and Sam, making sure everything's good. Yeah, but oh, Nick, sorry, Nick. Yeah, Nick, you can take morning questions. I take morning questions, of course.
So yeah, Nick, just type it in, buddy.
All right, yeah, I know he's typing it. Yeah, you can just type it in, Nick.
Is everything good with Sharif?
Yeah, I know everything's good, buddy. We just there's a lot going on today, obviously, right? So
yeah, it's the first day.
Yeah. Sorry, Jake. Just so you know, like in the mornings, because of the time difference, they're like sometimes I'm just gonna have to reply to them and all that stuff. Of course. Okay, so Euro Swiss franc, we're seeing strength in the euro. However, we're getting back to area of sell pressure. All right, Swiss franc is kind of rolling around zero. That's why we never really had a move back to the downside. As you can see, there's a bearish engulfing candle here, but no continuational move at the moment. That's because we have fundamental pressures not to the downside, right? So there's pressure from the sellers, there's pressure from buy pressure. There's no clear fundamental direction at the moment, okay? The Swiss franc's actually stronger than the euro at the moment. Not really a big fan of this.
Yeah, it hasn't really produced anything great.
I mean, it just doesn't look good. There's lots of pins, meaning that price is in a battle. We're going to let Euro Swiss franc kind of be at the moment.
Nick wants Great British Pound, US dollar.
Okay, Nick, we'll take it there.
Double confirmation with the weekly zone. Fundamental result is a correct analysis. Cool.
All right, so Pound USD looks like double confirmation just above the weekly zone. Above the weekly zone, but not just above the weekly zone. Sorry, one sec, just replying to something. YouTube. Okay, so all right, Nick, let's talk about this, buddy. Okay, so we are here on Pound USD. We're on the monthly time frame. We see price breaking its weekly zone, heading to what? Its monthly zone, right? When we're here at our monthly zone, what's happening? We have impulse move to the downside, breaking above these higher highs as expected, because we know that price is not going to be able to break its monthly zone to the downside, correct? So this is that impulse move to the downside, boom, buy pressure back to previous high, bearish engulfing candle again, another reinjection of sell pressure. What's our fundamental direction here, right? So the pound is a negative 0.1 at the moment on average. Okay, the USD is what? It is negative 3.4. So a pound's got buy pressure. Do we expect a full move to the downside if fundamental direction is to the upside? Probably not, right? Problem is, trying to see if there's any sort of potential entry right now.
Lower time frame.
I know, but still.
For me, I'm leaving the pound this week because it's just all over the place. You never know when something's gonna come out and knock it down, knock it up. It's a bit too chaotic for me at the moment.
Agreed. Yeah, Nick, nothing too serious here on Pound USD, buddy, because we're seeing a lot of sell pressure off our monthly zone, but at the same time, our fundamental direction is to the upside. I'll be right back. Just need some water.
Everybody, David said that you've been a long-term member. How long have you been trading, buddy? Just put it in the chat room. Why am I speaking going on? Yeah, Jeremy, I was great. David says you've been with us a while. So, yeah, just want to know how long you've been trading, bro.
All right.
I'll tell you what you need, David. You need one of...
What do I need? I got one of those. Those massive water bottles.
Yeah, it's a gallon one.
Yeah. I got one of those. I find I drink less.
Really? I wouldn't have like glasses of water. Do you know near computers and stuff? I would always have like bottles because I'm way too clumsy. I would just end up knocking it all over the laptop.
There we go. Feel you on that. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, legend, 4 years, bro. Still learning, improving. Nice, Jamie. Love it. I love it, bro. Love it.
Okay, we could have an entry on Euro Yen. Let's see here. Okay, so let's share the screen here.
To the downside, yeah? Or to the upside?
Okay, so potentially to the upside here. Okay. Quick in and out.
Yeah. I'm guessing little exhaustion, continuation push, yeah?
Well, first off, the euro right now is stronger than the yen, right? So the euro is currently at a negative 0.9. The yen is currently at a negative 2.7. We're seeing more weakness in the yen. Okay, we have price reaching our weekly upper zone. We have an impulse to the downside. Okay, here we have that impulse to the downside on the higher time frame. There was lower time frame sensitivity, but we're talking about higher time frame. Okay, and then here we go daily. Okay, so what do we see here, right? We see a stop hunt. We see a move to the downside as the yen was seeing weakness. Strength. Okay, we have exhaustion back to the upside, breaking our weekly back to the upside, telling me that we may have free range to our upper level of sensitivity here for a lower time frame, quick in, quick out.
I'm sorry, I can't do that here.
Apparently Siri can't do that here. I don't know what she's talking about.
She doesn't understand anything. She doesn't understand this.
Siri just makes me feel real weird. I gotta be honest with you. She's just saying like stuff that, like, imagine if that was a real human saying that. I didn't say anything dirty like that. I can't do that here. Okay, no. So we see a push to the upside. Maybe if we have some sort of exhaustion, okay, we'll find a quick in, quick out to previous high here. All right, for entry.
Yeah, that seems good to me. That I'll put that on my watch list.
Yeah. SL will be below area sensitivity. We're looking for the most amount of buy protection here. So let's see. I'm going to take it down to the 1 hour, see if there's any. Okay, I definitely want to be below these pins. Here we see some sensitivity. I want to be below these set of pins, and I want to be below.
Yeah, there's some pins if you go further along as well, but
that set of pin. Boom. Okay. All right. So hopefully we're going to get some sort of exhaustion for a nice entry to the upside here.
Someone just asked a question.
Hector, so Hector, the answer to that, buddy, is it depends. The risk we enter per trade is a max risk of 2% of your total account value, right? So if your account size is, let's say, just for even numbers, 10,000, let's say $100,000, risking 2% of that account is what? A risk of $2,000, right? And with the risk reward of a minimum of 2 to 1, that means we're risking 2,000 to win a minimum of 4,000. So you whatever your total account value is, figure out what 2% of that account value is, divide that by the total amount of pips to your SL, so you know your total risk, right, per pip, and then you place your lot size when you know your total risk per pip. And then because it's a 2 to 1 risk reward, you're looking to win at least 4% on your 2% risk. Now, as you start to grow your account size, okay, you will adjust, right? Suddenly your appetite goes from 2% to maybe a 1.5% to maybe 1%, right? As that value increases as your account starts to grow, right?
Do you know these gurus, David, that I see on Instagram? They say that they risk 10%.
10%.
10%.
Yeah.
Makes me laugh.
10%.
I mean, if you have 4 or 5 trades in a loss, which they probably do, they've nearly blown their account. That's mega high risk. That is just basically going to be casino.
Might as well.
I'll pour it down the drain, but hey, how it's their money. And these people are teaching people as well.
Yeah, just one sec, buddy. Just doing, now I gotta do a couple things. Sharif sent me. So I want to get some music playing in the background, but I can't just
What, for this session?
I can't just have it. Ooh, here, let me just send this to him. I can't just have it play like any music because we have this streaming as well, so I have to send. I asked Sharif to send me a potential options so we can play music that are licensed royalty free. So now I got it.
Cool.
Thank you, Sharif.
I would have never thought of that. Are you still going to be live on Twitch when you're doing the live session? Or is it going to be
Yeah.
soon? Cool.
Totally. We're just gonna we're just going to be muted.
Ah, cool.
That's interesting. I don't know why that's. Huh.
You're not finding music that you said?
No, just the sign up process really sucks.
I might test my internet speed now, see if they've done it.
All right, just need to add my credit card information. I'll be right back.
No, still terrible. Don't tell me that's a black card, David. The black ones. Unlimited ones, yeah?
They are. It is the black card, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there's different levels of black card, by the way.
Isn't the American Express one like the highest tier?
Well, that is the black card, yeah, but there's different levels to it. Like you have different based on how much you spend. I think the highest level is if you spend over 60,000 a month. That's the highest level.
I'm sorry, David, but I can't see you spending that because you're too sensible.
I do not spend that. Let's see. Okay, now we're going to look for some music. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, members. You tell me what you guys want to listen to. So this is all royalty free because it's streaming, right? I don't want to get put down. So this is all royalty free. Okay, let's see. Don't know anybody.
Sweet talk.
Pizza, electronic dance, hip-hop, small motion, acoustic, pop, jazz. Just get beats. Laid back, hopeful, dark, restless. I wonder what angry is. Just probably like, just people screaming in the phone.
It'll be like some screaming, won't it?
Let's do laid back beats. We'll just try some laid back beats here. It's a little loud. There's no vocals? All right. Better to have some music in the background.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting that exhaustion on Euro Japanese game. But obviously the candle hasn't closed, it's only just begun. Maybe in 2 hours. That one. So hey, I've just got an email saying my heater's being delivered because I'm in the attic. So there's literally no heating up here, so when I come up in the morning and I read, you can literally see my breath, so I've got like a big heater for it, it's pretty nice and toasty now, and that's just been delivered, so I'm happy about that.
There we go. Alright, back to the charts. Why have all my...
Is that new laptop you sent?
Sorry?
Is that new laptop?
Yeah, the MSI here. It's doing all the streaming. This is not the new laptop. This is a Mac, but this is the new laptop.
Yeah. Isn't mine like same spec as that one?
It's got a Core Intel i7, yeah, but I think mine's just got some better resolution or some crap like that. Doesn't really matter. It's all the same.
Yeah.
As long as the insides are the same.
Yeah.
But I wonder why.
That's what I was really looking for. My other one is literally just a dual core 4 gig, so that can't even do Netflix and searching on Google at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But it works for enough years on the charts. Has to wait about 30 seconds for them to load, but I have.
There we go, buddy.
Get up, stretch my legs.
Euro Swiss.
Wash my teeth up, wash my face. Start my wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the bacon. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Drink some water, brush my teeth. Get out of bed and I stretch. Bed in my hair is a mess. Look through my clothes for a fit. Anything I do is drip. Feel like a kid when I'm tick-tocking. I still keep it real as it is. I show my age, I don't switch often. I'm just as a dad as it gets. Try taking naps with my kids. Talking, I'm guessing this life how it is. And I can't wait for the weekend. Keep Jimmy's on like I'm a kid.
Okay, so Euro Swiss franc. Kind of like this song.
We don't like it.
Oh, you have to actually, to download it, you have to, Alright, so Euro Swiss franc, what is going on? What is going on? Alright. Euro Swiss franc monthly time frame. Let's take a look here. Alright. Okay, monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly mid, weekly lower. Okay. Here's identified our daily mid. All right, so we have a strong move to the downside. There's buy pressure from our weekly zone to the upside. All right. What do we have? This is a retest. Okay, we have 2 injections of buy pressure here. 1 injection of buy pressure. That's a market reaction to area sensitivity. Then another higher time frame re-injection of buy pressure. Euro is currently at a negative 0.9. Swiss franc is currently at a 0, which means our short-term direction is actually to the downside. Long-term direction is questionable. This is why we're seeing price fail to break our daily mid-range zone to our upside, right? We're seeing move back to the downside because it doesn't have short-term fundamental direction. Okay, so for us, we're obviously not looking to the upside until we have fundamental direction. I'm not looking to the downside at the moment. It's hard for me to go short on Euro Swiss franc, even with short-term direction being to the downside. And the reason why is because, well, Swiss franc's a safe haven status, and when you're betting short against a safe haven during this time where any second anything can happen, it's pretty dangerous. Let's take it to the daily.
I would like more space. Ideally, I would like fundamentals to be to the upside, for it to break its daily exhaustion, continuation, and push to its weekly upper. But we don't have that at the minute.
Agreed. Yeah, we don't have. Exactly. You nailed it. So what would be ideal here? What would be the ideal trade on Euro Swiss franc? The ideal trade would be that fundamental pressure adjusts, okay? Meaning that the euro starts to gain more strength, than the Swiss franc. What's after a move to our daily zone? Hopefully we get some sort of impulse move to the downside. We'll have a short-term entry back to previous high. Hopefully then a break to the upside, exhaustion, then a higher time frame entry to our weekly zone. That's what I'm hoping for. It's hard for me to go short on Euro Swiss franc, especially when price is starting to already creep up to this area of sensitivity. As we can see here, we also have another mid-range area. This is our 4H mid-range zone, okay, which we can identify, might as well. All right, 4-hour time frame, we'll have it as purple, okay? So, I think we're going to be in consolidation. I don't think there's enough fundamental direction to break either area of sensitivity. So I think we're going to be in consolidation until price finds either more sell pressure or more buy pressure. All right. So Euro Swiss franc, not too interested. Let's take a look at some of the news, though. Let's take a look at news.
You going on Bloomberg?
Yeah, we'll go on all our. You have to talk louder, buddy. Sorry, one sec. What was that?
If you locked me out of my Black Gentleman, give me another one.
Oh, maybe it's just because of the updates that you're not logged in.
Okay.
Yeah.
The metal exchange wants to close its iconic trading floor.
Oh yeah, I know that. I've seen that.
Didn't know that we had one. I need to go. UK Watch.safety says vaccine reactions normal and with no way concern.
Okay, take a look at this. Okay, this is the reason why most FX articles and stuff is bullshit. So we're on the platform, right? And we're on the Idea Hub. So for those of you who are new to the platform, this is an artificial intelligence that scrapes the market and understands what we're looking for in terms of articles. So over time, it will start to post more relevant. So as you can see, it's starting to be more relevant over time. So as we click on the quick summary here, right? So you can go to the quick summary before then going to the full article, right? And it says, what does it say? The price of gold may continue to give back the rebound from November low, 1765 per ounce, as the RSI fails to retain the upward trend carried over from December. Okay? The article literally is using a freaking indicator to talk about what it's like. What does RSI have to do with this? Give me some actual information, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
RSI snap.
Like, they're talking about indicators as if that's the key to everything. Sorry, what was that?
When I first started trading, do you know the trading platform that was advertising there? IG on daily FX.
I don't know much about it.
So yeah, I used those, and I would literally read those articles. So I was the amateur, like listening to all these like people.
Right, listen to all them. Yeah. Yeah, Nick's saying I first started to learn with RSI. You know, that's the thing, right? Like, let's take a look at RSI for a sec. So for those of you that don't know RSI, it's Relative Strength Index, okay? Now,
David, I'm just gonna
do your thing. So RSI is a set of data points. Now, the one thing to remember is that RSI is like stochastic. It's like MACD in a way. All it's really doing in a little bit of a different form is it is detecting whether price is overbought or oversold, right? Same thing with MACD, same thing with stochastics. It's just letting you know when there's more sellers or more buyers. The problem is with all these indicators, it's for it to spit out information, it requires data sets. And by the time it gets data sets, it's already historical, right? So that's why a lot of times when you see like new traders and their strategy, they talk about placing entries when the MACD turns, or like when the MACD crosses or so forth and blah blah blah. Problem is by the time you get the indicator confirmation, which isn't always accurate at all, you're actually already out of the trade. And RSI here is just kind of telling you when price is overbought or oversold. As you can see, the purple line is kind of saying normal. And when it's going over top here, it's saying it's overbought. But why do we not need that? Why do we not need that? Because, for example, this move to the upside is a push. And the RSI is showing us here that this is oversold, but we know but we know it's overbought because what's after a push to the upside? That's right, an exhaustion to the downside. So the information that the RSI is giving us, MACD, all these other indicators, not only is it late, it's also not useful. Okay? Jake, you're gonna have to talk a bit louder, buddy. I don't know, maybe your mic, even when the music's off, maybe your mic's not near your face or anything like that. A little better. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you shouting. It's not that you're not trying to talk loud. No problem. All good. The International Energy Agency has lowered forecasts of demand for oil, both Q1 and Q22 as a whole, but price of U.S. crude remains trending higher with 55. Okay, so what they're saying is our short-term direction is to the upside. Our long-term direction is still to the downside. What they're saying is we should expect some sort of price and drop, right? A drop in price, which would also affect which currency pair? The Canadian dollar. Okay, so we're seeing sensitivity here. Essentially, will there be enough buy pressure to break mid-range? Next song, unless it changes up. Okay, so it's saying, all right, we got the resurgence of coronavirus. Okay, that's, we know. So of course that's going to affect supply demand of crude. Okay, that's, we understand, which will affect the demand, the demand for the Canadian dollar. So that's information we now know for the CAD in terms of long term. Okay, maybe some weakness. Also, optimism, large U.S. stimulus packages on the way. Former Fed Chair Janet Yellen proposes that the next U.S. Treasury Secretary tell the Senate confirmation hearing that it needs to back big. Fuel demand concerns. Okay. 51% decline. That's bullshit. That's not real data. All right. That's the best headline. Even when she speaks softly, she's yelling. I love that. Excuse me. Okay, this is just basic stuff. This is nothing really. Elliott wave pattern. Let's see this garbage. Probably. I don't know, maybe. All right.
Some people swear by it.
So this is Euro Yen.
I mean, what is that really? Just pushing it.
Well, yeah, what is he saying? So as you can see here, right, when we go to Euro Yen, what we know is that when price breaks area sensitivity back to the upside, right, we're going to the upside. That's what we're saying. Maybe there's an exhaustion. We're looking for a continuational move. He's saying that there's going to be You see, this is the thing with Elliott Wave. Why is this happening? Why is there a push above area sensitivity, back down, then above mid-range, and all the way back down? The thing is with Elliott Wave is if you're wrong on your count, okay, the whole thing is off. Like if you're wrong on one wave, the whole thing is off.
I've never looked into it, but I know that some people just swear by it. It didn't really make sense. I love it when people do Elliott Wave on trends. It's like it's just a push and exhausting. Like there's no need to compare.
One second. Let me. Okay. Okay. Let's see. The minus 1C. Hey, so it's saying that the pound is COVID-19 cases starting to fall in the UK?
I mean, they are really pushing this vaccine. They really are. The only way that we're going to go back to normal is basically if everybody's vaccinated. So, and we are in lockdown, so it wouldn't surprise me if they started to crawl down. Like this is the thing. Every single time we've had a lockdown, it's worked. And then when everyone's gone back out again, it's obviously crept up again. Like, what did you expect?
Agreed. Okay, so pound's long term. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out what will affect long term. Okay, if there's anything that will affect our long-term decision, right? Because we have to identify our short-term fundamental direction, which is what we know, which is what's actually happening right now, and our long-term fundamental direction. So I'm just kind of scraping the market, seeing if there's anything here.
I mean, it's just very unpredictable. It's like trying to predict like a wild animal. Like you just don't know what's going to happen next. Like there could be nothing on there, and then Boris comes out and says, "Oh yeah, we're gonna start doing this and Brexit," you know, and something wasn't in the deal, and it's just mental.
you're all about to see the sunrise now. For some of you, the sun's setting, and for some of you, the sun is rising.
Yeah, it's just it'll be about half an hour until mine's setting on my end. Not like we see it much anyway. It's wall to wall cloud.
Jacob saying, but even when everyone gets vaccines, there are still tons of problems with vaccines. On top of that, they don't even have any grip on the virus. Not only that, apparently the vaccine only lasts a year's time. So everybody has to be revaccinated every 12 months.
Well, that's what happens with the flu virus, isn't it? So, yeah, they make another variant every single year. So, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, the thing, Jacob, like, in my mind, I don't think things are going to. It just seems that way. It's just going to keep carrying on. But they have to at some point, don't they? Financially.
Let's see if I'm sharing the right page.
America's what? Imperfect leader. I'm just scraping through the pairs now. I can't see anything that I'm particularly interested in short term. Apart from the Euro, Japanese yen that we've talked about, I'm trying to find anything else, but struggling.
I mean, look, right? We know this already. It's not like we're going to have an entry every day.
Yeah, exactly. But I like to just have a little flick through every now and then. I do my main analysis in the morning, and then every like hour or so on the hourly candle close, I have like my little watch list, and I just keep an eye on those.
Yeah.
So it like narrows it down.
Of course, yeah.
Like to see how they move as well. So
Yeah, this is this guy's right.
well, Barons.
Yeah, I like Barons. Okay, so in simplicity, what's happening here is this. Okay, we have a situation. Let me turn the music down. All right, we're talking about the equities market, right? So we have a situation where there's a lot of liquidity in the equities market, and this liquidity is happening because of fear of missing out, right? You have people that are now at home that are interested in all these investment opportunities, are looking for ways to make money at home. They're pumping money into the markets, they're pumping money into cryptocurrencies. But the thing is, and what we do know, okay, is that that people actually hold less cash. Okay, so what happens here? Okay, let's say Joe Schmo has a job. Okay, Joe Schmo was getting paid $80,000 a year. Things are good. He has $100,000 saved in the bank. He lost his job due to COVID. Okay, so he's getting some small stimulus checks. He's still in the negative. Okay, so he's losing cash, but he decides, I'm actually going to put in, 50,000 or 80,000 of my savings into the market. So now what's going on? Okay, he has $80,000 tied up in the market, Joe, right? He's got another 20,000 in savings. He's got no job and less stimulus coming in. So what's going to happen eventually when Joe needs his money? He's going to have to liquidate. He's going to have to liquidate his shares, liquidate his crypto, and that's a good point. The market right now, the U.S. equities market, and we've seen this for a long time. That's why the U.S. equities market has been, money has been moving out of the U.S. dollar because the equities markets are too high and there's too much risk, right? There's no value there because guys like Joe are putting their savings in the market to try to create some sort of income, some sort of wealth while they are not working or while a business has been taking a hit, okay? But guys like Joe Schmo are going to need to liquidate because eventually they're going to need some cash to pay the bills the longer that their restaurant is closed, as long as his bar is closed, as long as business is affected, he's going to eventually need to liquidate. And that's the issue, okay? That's the issue, is that liquidation is going to be coming through the market, and we need to be prepared for that, okay? Hi, George. Yes, we're gonna have our own Telegram chat today, actually. Okay, George. So stay posted. An email will be posted with the link. There's 2 Telegram channels, one for non-members and one for members only. Okay, so make sure you get on the members only. Will have a link. Okay, that will be sent to the email. So you're gonna get that after our FXG live. Hi, Sahal from South Africa. I was born there. For those of you that don't know, I was born in South Africa. And Joburg.
Creeping up.
There's Jake. What's up, Jake? By the way, if you're a member, if you're on Zoom with us right now, feel free to turn on your webcam. Come hang out with us. Jake, if you want, I can unmute you as well, bro. One sec. There we go. If you want, you can be unmuted.
Yo.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Jake. There we go, buddy.
Good morning. Good morning. Check this out. So this right here is what I've been using for years now, since 2015. And I know all of us are looking for something to help us in the morning other than coffee. This right here gets the vital nutrients to your brain. So if you go on AmbrosiaCollective.com, this gets everything you need to help with the nutritional value to your brain to help you wake up in the morning.
You feel better?
Kind of gets you going and everything.
How long have you been using it again?
I've been using this since 2015. So I've been using that product, and then as well as this for vital organs, blood pressure, heart, kidneys, you name it. And then I have some joint repair just to help. As we get older, our ligaments and joints start really creeping in.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to show you guys that real quick.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah.
And
there we go. Look at that. Look at that.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Where are you, Jake?
I'm in California.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm in Monterey, California, where everything is just closed. And it's rough over here right now.
Yeah, it's rough over here too, buddy.
It's crazy. So yeah, we were talking about those vaccines, and I mean, even at what cost is it going to get to at this point? You know, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I mean, my opinion probably isn't the best opinion on it, but my opinion is that everything does need to go back to normal, vaccinate everybody, and it's just going to be, you know, we can't carry on as we are. Yeah, I mean, things have to go back to normal. We have a vaccine, vaccinate as many people as possible, vaccinate the vulnerable definitely, and then get back to normal and let people crack on. That's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree with you. Is that the people that are at high risk and the people that want to get the vaccine should get it, you know, and kind of get it out there. There's only one, like the Moderna vaccine, I guess, got recalled out here in California because of there was multiple people actually experiencing death. So they 5 days after they got the vaccine, they actually died because they had some kind of reaction in their body. Something's not. I don't know scientific terms on, you know, medical stuff like that, but so I guess something is not cooperating with their nervous system, and a lot of people died in their sleep.
Wow.
Is what I was reading about, and that's the only thing that scares me.
Yeah, I mean, over here they're like trying to push that it's safe. They're trying to, like, they are even making the Queen take it on TV, and they're making Boris Johnson take it and all that. So it's very, very obvious if you can see past it that like they are trying to make it look like it's safe.
Yeah.
Because they know that people are skeptical about it. But like I said, it seems like here the only way that things are going to go back to normal here is that everybody's vaccinated. They're even talking about if you want to go out and if you want to socialize and go to a pub, you have to have the vaccine and you have to have a card. So when you go to, let's say you go to the pub, in here you will have to show your ID that you're old enough and your health card. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
Wow.
People are going to have health passes. So that's like one method they're talking about. They're also talking about another one, which is health pass. So people who have had it exactly the same, like they can go to work and stuff, and people who haven't had it can stay in and have to wear masks and stuff, and you have to have a health pass.
That's to me, that thing comes into the governmental control of the sheep. So then they have full control of the entire humanity at that point.
Yeah, you can. If you don't have the vaccine, this is all skeptical anyway. This is what people are saying. But from every single conference Boris has, it seems that is the way, because it's like, if we get a vaccine, if everybody gets vaccinated, and then we can get to something that looks like normal. He hasn't said that we're going to go back to normal. He said we're going to go back to something that looks like normal.
Yeah. I think that the normal life that we used to live pre-COVID, I think that way of living might be done for another 2 years until, like you said, either everybody gets vaccinated or they get some kind of grip on this virus and control it just like the flu.
Yeah.
But the problem with this virus is it's I mean, you're in the UK, yeah?
Yeah, we had the mutated one, but
So
my experience of it is people who have had it didn't even know that they've had it. So
yeah,
in my mind, I mean, I don't want to say anything, but
that's the dangerous part of it.
But yeah, there is a dangerous part of it, but also most people don't even experience side effects.
And that's the scary part, is you don't even know if you're a carrier or not at that point. So you could be chilling with your family, or you could be chilling. You could be around a kid, and a kid could have some kind of serious health issue, and you don't even know you have COVID or whatever we're calling it at this point, and the kid could get it and die.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's it's intense, But at the end of the day, I feel like through all evil, good will come out of this at some point. It's just like I said, at what cost is my thing now.
Yeah. So.
100%. Okay, boys, I'm just going to do a quick analysis here on the...
Let's do it. I'm with you.
Aussie CAD. Okay, Aussie CAD I'm interested in.
Why?
Yeah, 1 sec.
It's funny how I've got literally nearly the same analysis as you, apart from mine is a little bit lower. But
that's good.
Obviously, prices moved since then, so I'm going to move mine.
Okay, so Aussie CAD has made a push to its monthly area sensitivity. What do we know at this area sensitivity? There's not going to be change in direction, right? Because our fundamental direction, short term and long term, is to the upside. So this is, we identify as an impulse move off area sensitivity. Okay, so potential for a lower time frame entry to previous high before a higher time frame entry. Okay, we're now seeing that price could close as a bullish engulfing on the daily. However, right, we do see lower lows here. That price is now breaking to the upside. We do see area of mid-range sensitivity as well. We can add another one of these. So let's take it. We're looking for 4H price action confirmation. We'll take it to the daily. There still could be a stop hunt and a continuation to the downside. I was more expecting of a change in direction down kind of at our 61.8% fib. I was expecting more of an impulse off our monthly. However, Aussie is strong. Okay, Aussie's at a positive 1.6. Canadian dollar is at a negative Canadian dollar is at a negative 0.2. However, when we look at crude oil, right? When we look at crude oil, we see that price is still making its way to the upside, right? We still see uptrend.
So if there's an uptrend, David, on with crude oil, because it's so correlated to the Canadian dollar, it has a stronger.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're looking for correlation here, right? So if crude oil is moving to the upside, that means Canadian dollar is going to be stronger, which is not good for, let's say, an entry to the upside on Aussie CAD. However, that doesn't mean that there's no entry on Aussie CAD. That just means that we have to be aware, like, is the Australian dollar stronger than the Canadian dollar? That's still a question we have to have, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, there we go. Okay, so I hope we get some sort of impulse, some move to the downside here. Okay, because we do have area sensitivity.
I've got on mine. So breaking and then exhaustion and continuational push.
Yeah, so let's wait for an exhaustion and some continuational push. Right now, price is too extended. Okay, we're already halfway to what would be our TP1. So we need to wait for confirmation. Okay, after a push, what's after a push? Exhaustion. Okay, so we have to play it safe here, especially as WTI has its uptrend. Okay, which you can see on the lower time frame. So Canadian dollar will have some strength in the meantime, which means actually that there is potential for exhaustion. Okay, so Aussie CAD, we have our live session coming up soon, by the way, team. 10 minutes.
Yeah, US dollar 9. Cool.
There's consolidation. By the way, for those of you that are live watching this live right now, how are you liking this? Just kind of hanging out before the live sessions, going over trades, just doing things. Obviously, we'll play some live entries when they're available. Jake is going to start doing his own lives pretty soon here, while I'm sleeping before I join him. All right, so just let me know how you like it so far.
I'm all in.
Cool.
That's what I love to hear.
I'm all in, man. You know me. I love it.
Awesome, bro. Nick is asking, is there any extra risk you take into account when placing trades while price is an area of sensitivity? There's a lot. So that's a deep question. That has to, Nick, there's a lot that you have to look at area sensitivity, right? How strong was a push to area sensitivity? How strong is exhaustion to area sensitivity? You have to look for what is fundamental pressure at area sensitivity, double confirmation, price action. There's a lot that goes into that, which we'll get to. So we're going to make an adjustment during the live session on Aussie USD. Okay. Price still not breaking to the upside here. This is invalid. No. Price also failing to break the upside here.
It looks like California just reached, what was this? Over a million cases?
Yeah.
There have been more deaths in the LA County than the entire country.
In the LA County than the entire country? Are you serious?
Yeah.
So LA is getting hit harder than everywhere else?
Yeah, it looks like LA is getting wrecked right now.
That's
I just
tough.
read, do you ever use my FX book?
Yeah, but for the AI, not for manual.
Like stuff?
I don't know. Actually, you know what? Aussie pound, I'm just not a fan of it. Because fundamental, there's no real direction. Hey Sahal, how are you? Hi, how are you, buddy?
I'm fantastic, and you guys, how are you doing?
Good. Where are you right now in Joburg?
I'm now in South Africa, George, guys. Just close the shop now.
Nice.
On my way back home.
Nice.
What shop do you have?
I'm selling like furnitures, couches, that stuff.
Oh, nice.
Like it, bro.
I need some.
Due to the lockdown, bro, we're in level 3 now.
Fuck. It must be hard for you in the business right now, hey?
The business is quite hectic, bro. It's kind of quiet, you see.
Yeah, there's nobody walking the streets. I see. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it seems like the same everywhere. People are scared to, well, not scared, but there's no reason to go out.
It's tough. It's tough right now.
That's exactly why I think that this is gave a great opportunity and a great idea just to have people just come in and kind of give them a little bit of some positivity.
Yeah, buddy. You know, that's why I want to be doing this live with everybody. Jake and I are, this is a $10,000 account that we're starting with together. We're going to grow it slowly and surely together, right? this is it, guys. This is it, guys and girls, I should say. You know, when we're in a position in the world right now where there's adjustments needing to be made. Imagine if you can make a full-time living online, right? With nothing but a computer, with unlimited, with no ceiling, right? We're talking about, like I said, remember during my last week's live session, I I said this is no longer about you anymore. This is about your family. This is about people you love, giving them a better life, right? So let's continue to rock and roll. Okay, so Aussie Yen. We'll have a nice, I think, an entry there. Aussie Kiwi. Don't worry, by the way, I'll share my screen. I mean, we're going to be live here in the next 6 minutes, so no problem.
Are you sending another link out, or is it just going to go straight after this one?
So it's gonna, we're gonna use the same link. I'm just gonna record and start recording, and then after that, I'm gonna have to end this link because I have to upload the recording, and then another link will be immediately posted where you guys can join me again. All right.
No, later on we're still gonna have to get down on that trading game.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Aussie Kiwi. Okay. Not into the Swiss franc yen. We'll just get some music playing in the background here for the next 5 minutes until we start the live session, okay? I need some more water. Good beat. Good beat. One sec, bro. Morning, everybody. Morning. All right. Get rolling here. Give it. Some people are going to join us for the live session at this time, so we give it a few minutes after so everybody can join. Okay, then we're going to get rocking. I like this beat. I know Jake does too. Yeah, Adam, I'll explain what's going on, buddy. I love when you got classical instruments in with the new beats.
Yeah.
I like that. I like it. Okay. Get some light in here now. The sun's coming up, so. There we go. A little different, but still the same. Different, but the same. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get rocking now. Oh, so nice. Oh, so nice. Okay. Good, good, good. All right, team, we're gonna get rocking and rolling. All right. Good morning, Team FXG. All right, it is January 19th, 8:03 a.m. here in Vancouver, British Columbia. We just had our first morning session. Okay, what is new here? Okay, Adam asked a great question. What's different today compared to last week or yesterday? Well, from today on, okay, starting 6 a.m. my time here, Vancouver, Pacific Standard Time, okay? So you're going to have to do that calculation depending on where you are. All right, I'll be training online with Jake. This is 2 hours prior to our live session, okay? You should have had an email just now. You should receive, but I'd like to introduce Jake. So let me actually bring Jake on board. There we go. There we go. Can we see Jake there? There we go. I think we can see Jake. So I'd like to just introduce Jake Bentley, okay? Jake's going to be joining the FXG membership as a verified trader, but also full-time, okay? He's here to help everybody out. He's here to full-time trade. He's here to move. Now, Jake's been a trader for 4 years. He's been a part of the FXG membership for the past year, okay, and he's had a lot of success with the lower time frame strategy, and also using our fundamentals, our basics, rather than indicators or trend lines. He's using what we do, zones, and trading based on knowledge rather than just trading based on memory and garbage, right? So Jake approached me, had a lot of good stuff to back it up. He's full-time, he's here for you. So what's going on here? Jake is going to be, I opened up a $10,000 trading account. Okay, the average broker account is $5,000 USD. Okay, I'm putting in 10,000 CAD, whatever, that's like 8,000 Canadian dollars, just around the average broker size. And we're going to grow this account together. For those of you that know me for a while, you know that I trade a larger account, but mostly on the higher time frames. And the reason why I've specialized on the higher time frames is because I'm here in Vancouver, Canada, which is literally the worst time zone for any lower time frame trading in the FX market. And the reason why I'm excited about this is, first off, not only do I want someone who's a good trader, I wanted someone who is able to speak the way I speak. So Jake is going to have the same lingo as me. For example, when I say a push to the upside, exhaustion, free range, all these things Jake understands and speaks as well. So there's no confusion, because I didn't want someone to come in and have a completely different set of content, or how to say things and confuse everybody. So that's great. Secondly, Jake is profitable and experienced. That's great and a must, of course. And thirdly, he's from the UK, which means that he's able to trade or place most entries when I'm asleep. Most of the entries on the lower time frames come between 2 to 4 a.m. my time. Okay, now, in the email I explained this when I'm introducing Jake, but I also want to explain this now, all right, is that when you are young and when you are hungry, waking up at 2 in the morning or being up all night is no problem. Okay, but as you get older, as you start to earn an income, as you start to realize that money is not everything, okay, it's not possible for me to essentially be up all night and sleep during the day. And the reason why is because there's things that I value too much to give that up, like spending time with my family, my wife, okay, my dogs. I can't do that if I'm sleeping in the day and up at night while they're sleeping, okay? So what that means is Jake is here to place entries while I'm sleeping. I'll be joining him at 6 a.m. So this way, Jake will be live as well, okay? So Jake will be live starting 12 a.m. my time. Again, Vancouver, Canada time. So you do the conversion. I can't just give out, a time because you are all from different places from around the world, okay? So Jake will be live from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. If there's any entries that need to be placed in that time, Jake will be there so that you're not missing it. For those of you that are from the UK, you can join him live, okay? Jake's filling in the gaps. He's also here for any members, for any one-on-one sessions. I will be too, but he will be able to spend more time with you more frequently, okay? So we're excited to grow this $10,000 account with you, show you that this is possible. This isn't rocket science, to show you how it's done and done properly, okay? And also just be live with you, okay? We had a nice morning here. Jacob and Sahal joined us on webcam. If you are a member, okay, feel free to come join us at any time. Turn on your webcam, turn on your mic. And I want members to get to know members as well. All right. What else is new? We have updates that are up on the platform and coming. Okay. Sam's updates had a virus or a bug, so we made some changes. We're doing it. So if you're locked out, I know Jake got locked out for a second there as well. If you're locked out of the platform, just understand that it's because updates are being done. Okay. And that'll be happening throughout the day today, okay? Potentially, hopefully not, but potentially also into tomorrow, depending on where you're from and your time zone. Okay, what else is new? We're going to be live on, it's very important to understand, we're going to be live on Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram, and Facebook, and all that stuff. What's important is, other than today is going to be the only time that they can hear the volume. just because for those people that are watching live, I want to make sure they understand and can hear this as well. All right. For those non-paying members watching the live stream on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, they're just gonna have background music throughout this all, so they'll be able to join us, but they won't be able to hear anything or see the charts. Remember, I have to find that balancing act between giving too much info out to people who aren't paying to make it still worth it to you members, right? Why would you pay if you're getting everything somewhere else? So because of that, it's been hard on me in terms of social media, but this is kind of a nice balance. They kind of see everything without actually seeing the charts or hearing us, okay? So just an FYI on that, as well as today we're going to have our own Telegram channel for members. So there's going to be 2 Telegram channels, one for non-members and one for members, okay? If you are a member, there's no need to join the one for non-members. You're going to get all that info and detailed much more info, of course, okay? The Telegram for non-members is going to be to communicate with people who are interested about the platform. Every so often we'll throw out an analysis out there. Just kind of, so a lot of people also can't afford the membership, so just giving a little bit out there without giving too much at all, okay? So whereas you're going to have a bunch of analysis today, for example, we're going to go through everything. They may have one of them, okay? So we're going to begin, okay? Those are the updates in terms of what's going on with FXG, and we will continue to improve and continuously get better, okay? So Bitcoin is at a positive 6.9. It's seeing buy pressure, okay, not as strong as it was because it's reaching new highs. It seems to have found some sort of sell pressure, okay, around the $45,000 mark. All right. We'll get into Bitcoin in a minute here at the end. All right. Aussie's at positive 1.6. Okay. We know that the Australian dollar is doing relatively well. Okay. Same with the Kiwi because they're not dealing with viruses. Businesses as usual. Okay. They have the pubs open. They have the bars open. The restaurants are open. All right. Kiwi is currently at negative or at a 0. Swiss franc is at a 0. Okay, Swiss franc is going to be ranging between positive 1 and negative 1. We know that. And the reason is due to the fact that Swiss franc is the number 1 safe haven status at the moment. That's not metals like gold or copper or so forth. Okay, in terms of currency, it's the number 1 safe haven. So what does that mean? When shit hits a fan, it gets stronger. When confidence is higher, it gets weaker. We're going to be ranging. The market hasn't decided because COVID is starting to come out. We have this new variants of COVID, which is apparently 50% easier to catch. Okay, and we just don't know with Swiss franc. So our long-term direction in terms of Swiss franc is up in the air. Okay, the pound is at a negative 0.1. Okay, it's gaining some strength. Why is it gaining some strength? The reason why is because, well, it seems to be like they're vaccinating at a decent rate. The UK also seems to be some less COVID numbers. Okay, like the number of people getting it per day is going down. This again could be to all the vaccinations as well. Correct. So our long-term direction on the pound could be to the upside. Could be some more strength. All right. Again, we don't know. It's up in the air here. CAD is at a negative 0.2. Now, what's interesting about CAD is that we're seeing an uptrend here on crude oil. We're seeing WTI move to the upside, and that's giving CAD the strength that it needs because of the correlation, right? Canada is net exporter of crude oil. Now, with that being said, we have Yellen just announced. We have a reason to believe that there's going to be long-term weakness in the Canadian dollar due to the fact that they believe that oil reserves will be higher. They announced about by 300 million barrels or 300,000 barrels a day, something of that nature. Okay, so we have to remember that the Canadian dollar is seeing strength because WTI has free range to its next area of sensitivity, which we'll get to, and then maybe you'll see that injection of sell pressure that it needs for a change in direction. Okay. The euro is at a negative 0.9 at the moment. All right, the euro is gaining some. I mean, there's still issues, okay? But vaccines are rolling out, all right? There's some positive hope there, okay? Also decent numbers coming out, all right? Kiwi, no, we went over the Kiwi. Yen is at a negative 2.7, all right? Now, yen. Why are we seeing weakness on the yen? It is the second of the weakest safe haven statuses. Listen, yen is interesting, okay? When I'm doing research on yen, I'm trying to figure out why is it seeing more weakness, for example, right now than the Swiss franc, right? If the Swiss franc is the number one safe haven, technically when shit's hitting the fan, the Swiss franc should be weaker than the yen right now. Yes, we have the yen's not doing as well. Japan's not doing as well with COVID than Switzerland. Okay, we got that. Numbers aren't as good. We got that. However, Asia's economy is relatively picking up. Okay, from what I understand, imports and exports are better than expected. The yen is seeing weakness, that kind of weakness for something I'm actually not really sure about. Okay, so USD is at a negative 3.4. Okay, we expect the USD to be weak. Okay, we know that it's getting stronger. Why is it getting stronger? The reason why is, well, first off, Democrats took the House. Okay, expected what? Stimulus. Okay, usually stimulus pre-COVID was a negative sign. Post-COVID is a positive sign. So we're going to see some strength potentially in the long run. We know Yellen came out, okay, and she was saying how the U.S. needs to do what it needs to do. They have the money and to provide the stimulus. A little bit more difficult with Trump in office, a little less difficult with Biden in office, right? So we have Biden in office, coming in office. And we can, with reason, assume that they are going to, with high probability, provide a nice new stimulus. Okay, gold is at a negative 4.8. It's just too expensive, gold, right now. Okay, we're at, what is it? We'll go through the charts, but even in ranging at 1,500 an ounce, 2,000 an ounce, there's going to be more sell pressure than buy pressure because there's not much room to grow. Okay, there's not much room to go before you get a bunch of sell pressure there. All right, so let's do this. Just going to change the view. Okay. We're going to begin. We have a question first. Nick says, do you think the USD will return to their top 3 safe haven status anytime soon? That's a good question, Nick. I think that it has a chance to, yeah. I think it will. I think with Biden and presidency, things will kind of normalize a little bit. There'll be more. It would be a different story if Trump was still president. But I think there's going to be some more normalcy. Okay, normal kind of politician policy type stuff happening here. Okay. But again, Nick, I'm not an expert. I do not know, but I hope it does. I really hope it does, right? Because the U.S. is currently the world's currency. It's the world's peg currency. If that changes, there could be significant, catastrophic events in the market for the majority of the world. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen anymore, but you never know with Trump and where things were going. But I think now things will be normal. All right. So around this time, I get very thirsty in the morning. Sorry, one sec. The tablet doesn't know which screen to work on. There we go. Alrighty. We're gonna do. Why is it doing that? Sorry. Okay, there we go. All right, Euro USD monthly time frame. Okay, let's go through this. All right, Euro is currently at, where are we? Negative 0.9. All right, USD is currently at a negative 3.4. Short-term direction is to the upside. Long-term direction is also to the upside, but maybe not as strong to the upside because we know that the USD will gain strength with its new stimulus package. However, we don't know where that's going to be. Okay, when that's going to be. So what do we see here? Push to the upside, buy pressure, breaking sell pressure at our higher time frame downtrend. Okay, what's after a push? Exhaustion, continuation of push. Let's go check that exhaustion out on the lower time frame. All right, so here we have what? Here's that push. What's with exhaustion? We can see it's a pretty strong exhaustion, right? Buy pressure moving to the upside, early injection of sell pressure, pin bar, then a follow-up strong candle to what area sensitivity? Previous sensitivity, okay? And also what? Previous higher time frame downtrend, so former resistance acting as new support. I'm going to have to get this mic in a new position here. All right. Euro USD weekly now. Excuse me, we're on the daily. It's time to go to the weekly. Okay, so again, push, exhaustion. You see that? Okay, daily time frame. We can see previous sensitivity. We've just identified area sensitivity, right? Previous sensitivity. Here we have buy pressure turning into sell pressure, turning back into sell pressure. Just sensitivity. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We have a push, exhaustion, potential higher time frame, continuational push. Okay, and the reason why we have a potential higher time frame continuational push is because our short-term direction is still to the upside, even though long-term direction is questionable with depending on how strong the USD gets with its stimulus program. We still haven't moved to the upside. Now, we do know that this is a strong exhaustion, correct? Which means what? For any change in direction, we have to wait for double confirmation. And the reason why we have to wait for double confirmation is because this is called a impulse move, right? And we know that why? Because this is an area of sensitivity. What's happening here? Former downtrend, new uptrend, right? So this is take profits, limit orders, market orders, area sensitivity. Okay, and all these orders being taken out. Okay, this causes an impulse move. However, due to the exhaustion being relatively strong, remember you always have to keep in mind what the higher time frame is showing us. I believe we have a chance for double confirmation before an entry to the upside. Okay, meaning price will come down, second injection of buy pressure. Remember, this is just orders, market orders. Second injection of buy pressure will give us a confirmation of a move to our upper level of sensitivity. So Euro USD, we're going to be patient on this one. Okay. Euro CAD monthly time frame. All right, Euro is at a negative 0.9. We know that CAD is currently at a negative 0.2. Our short-term fundamental direction is slightly to the downside. Not by much, but still is to the downside. So immediately any entry to the upside is already out of the question. So we know our direction already. What about our long-term direction? The question is questionable, right? We don't know what's going to happen with the CAD. We don't know how the euro is going to respond with the vaccinations rolling out. Also, Europe's number one trade partner, the UK, is gaining more strength, okay, and optimism. So our long-term direction is questionable. So for us, for entry, it has to be a quick in, quick out. That's what we've identified, right? So what do we see here on the monthly time frame? Monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower. Push, exhaustion, push, exhaustion. What's next? Continuational push, which we've seen. As you can see, price made its way. Strong injection of sell pressure back to the downside. Let's take a look at the weekly here. All right, here we are on the weekly time frame. Okay, what's this? Again, higher time frame push, exhaustion. Here we have that continuational push. Sell pressure re-entered at our monthly zone. Strong move to the downside. Now, we know our short-term direction is what? To the downside. Is our short-term direction, this is my question for you, okay? A little bit of critical thinking. Is our short-term direction strong enough at a negative 0.9 compared to a negative 0.2 to break our weekly zone? Probably not, right? This is a significant area of sensitivity. Price will need more of separation, more air support, fundamental support to break this area of sensitivity to the downside. All right? So for us, we see an impulse move back to the upside. Are we going to look for any short, maybe a lower time frame entry to the downside, to previous low? But why would that also be risky? Why is that more of a risky entry? Even a previous low for a lower time frame entry. Because of our fundamental support is just not enough to the downside. Okay, we know that at any moment buy pressure could come in and move to the upside, especially as we said with the Canadian dollar and WTI crude starting to see that uptrend. We still have buy pressure coming. Okay, so for us, we want to make sure that we are, well, we're not entering to the downside unless that separates. Like for example, if the euro was at a positive 1.5 and we were at a negative 0.2, that would be different. Maybe we would have some sort of entry to the upside, okay? However, we know that short-term directions to the downside, but not enough separation to the downside for us to enter lower at this area of sensitivity, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Euro Aussie next. Okay, Euro's at a negative 0.9, Aussie's at a positive 1.6. Short-term direction is what? To the downside. Long-term direction to the downside. Australia and New Zealand are doing extremely well with the virus. Things are as usual, except of course their exports are suffering because the rest of the world's suffering. Okay, strong push to the downside by sell pressure. Let's take it to the weekly here. Okay, just trying to make everything simple. All right, simplify the complicated. We can remove our previous areas of sensitivity now that price is not trading at that level anymore. So we know what? We know that there was a strong amount of sell pressure to our monthly zone. As expected, price made exhaustion to its weekly mid-range, and we were in what? Consolidation for quite some time. Okay. The euro was finding some strength. The Aussie would find some strength. The euro would find some strength. The Aussie had figured it out. Boom. Okay. Fundamentals to the downside. So what's happening? We have sell pressure trying to break our monthly zone to the downside. Okay. We can remove all this. So are we looking for any entry to the upside? Absolutely not. We're only looking for entries to the downside. Now, is this considered a separation from our zone? No. For a push to be a push, it has to separate. Remember, there's orders on multiple levels. It's not like buy limit orders, sell limit orders are at just one level. There are many levels of these zones on the higher time frame. So that's why we have our higher time frame zones are more spaced out than our lower time frame zones, because it's like a trampoline, right? It's not just like all the orders are on one level, so it's like concrete. It's a trampoline. There's multiple levels for buy and sell pressure. So when we're looking for a push, we're looking for separation of area sensitivity, right? We're not looking for price to just turn right now. We're looking for separation, push, exhaustion, and continuational push. All right, so it's too early there on Euro Swiss franc. We're waiting here. Okay, excuse me, on Euro Yen, we're waiting. Euro Aussie. Woke up earlier than usual today, as you can see. Okay, Euro Swiss franc, where we're at, we're going to take it to the monthly time frame here. We know it's the ugliest of the time frames of the higher time frame. However, we identify area of sensitivity where it is, not where we want it to be, okay? So, euro is at a negative 0.9. We know that. Swiss franc is at, all right, 0. We know that our short-term direction is slightly to the downside. However, not by much, okay? So, let's just identify. We know that, well, if short-term direction is to the downside, we're not looking for any entry to the upside. What about long-term direction? Again, we don't know. It's the euro paired against a safe haven status. If things go well, euro will gain strength. Things don't go well, Swiss franc will gain strength. Price will move to the downside. The LT is questionable. So here's our weekly upper, weekly lower, daily mid-range. Now, what we can see from our daily mid-range is a tremendous amount of sensitivity, and we know this from our previous analysis, correct? Just a tremendous amount of sell pressure. Okay? So we know what? That even when price had fundamental support to the upside, it failed to break our daily mid-range zone, which means that with short-term direction being to the downside, are we looking for any entry to the upside, especially on this pair? Absolutely not. Okay, so this is what, let's talk about zones. Okay, for those of you who are new, we do have a workshop on zones. Okay, this is our daily mid-range. This is our 4H mid-range, which would make this what? 1H lower, 1H upper, 30-minute lower, 30-minute upper, 30-minute lower, excuse me. Okay, so don't let it confuse you. What it is, what zones are, is just an area of battle. Okay, we know that the higher the time frame of the zone, the more the battle there's going to be. All right, don't let it confuse you. So what do we know? Okay, well, here we're waiting for a push, exhaustion, and a move to the downside. So let's adjust. Let's talk about why we did not see an entry here. All right, so when price was in this level, okay, we had more weakness in the euro than we did the Swiss franc, which is why we had that push to the downside. So we had an analysis that said we're looking for a push, exhaustion, continuation move to the downside. This analysis became invalid because did we see a full exhaustion until now? No, we did not. There was no previous exhaustion. And the reason why this is not price action confirmation is because what's happening? The euro is, the Swiss franc is starting to creep up to the euro, which is why, I mean, what I should say is this. I shouldn't confuse you. This is price action confirmation. But the reason why we're not getting entry confirmation, remember, price action confirmation is not entry confirmation, is because, why are we seeing this buy pressure? Because our fundamental direction is starting to become even, more even than it is stronger euro, weaker Swiss franc. So we're going to have buy pressure make its way back to the upside. If we have, like, what I'm trying to say is this: if the euro starts to weaken up again fundamentally, maybe we'll have double confirmation for an entry to the downside, okay? However, where fundamentals are pretty much flat, I'm not looking for an entry to the upside. I need a current right now. I need to swim with the current. All right. Euro yen. Okay, monthly time frame. Euro's at a negative 0.9. Yen is currently at a negative 2.7. Our fundamental short-term direction is to the upside. What about our long-term direction? Questionable. Again, we don't know. Safe haven status. We don't know what's going to happen with the euro. It's not like things are secured over there in Europe, okay, in terms of fundamentals that could affect. So we're questionable. Here's our monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower, push, exhaustion, continuational push. Okay, let's take it to the weekly. So we know what? We know that that our short-term fundamental direction is to the upside. We know our long-term fundamental direction is questionable. Do we expect, or do we believe, with our LT being questionable, that price is going to be able, that buy pressure is going to be able to break sell pressure at our weekly upper zone? The answer is of course not, right? The weekly zone is a tremendously respected area of sensitivity, the second most respected behind the monthly. So for buy pressure to make a move and to break to the upside, well, we need a little bit more, I would say, more strength in the euro, okay, than a 0.9, essentially a -1 to a -1.7. Because remember, this means that a move to the upside is not just moving to the upside because the euro is strong. It's moving to the upside because the euro is strong compared to the yen. It doesn't mean that the euro is actually strong. Okay, so at that moment, you need to realize as well that that could affect direction. But with that being said, our short-term direction is still to the upside, okay? So, let's talk about what's going on here. Price made a push to area sensitivity. 1 contact, 2 contact, 3 contact. Failure break to the upside. Euro started to weaken, move to the downside. What are we seeing here? What's happening? This is a push. What happens when there's exhaustion without price action and entry confirmation? This is called a stop hunt. Our short-term direction is still to the upside, which means maybe there's a quick in, quick out option to where? To previous high. Now, this entry to previous high, if you were with us from 6 a.m., you also have identified this. We saw that push. I said, listen, we're not entering at a completion of a push. We have to enter at completion of exhaustion before we move to the upside, especially with the euro not being extremely strong. Now, what do we know about this exhaustion? What can you tell me here? What can you tell me about this exhaustion? Say it to yourself, a little bit more critical thinking. Okay. It is strong exhaustion. This is 2 candles to the downside. There is no ebbs and flows. There are no ebbs and flows. There's no trend line that we can monitor. There's no, right? Nothing like that. Okay, so when we have an exhaustion of this strength, what does that mean? There's sell pressure in the market. So when we have an exhaustion of this strength, we adjust to double confirmation. We need some sort of impulse move, retest, and boom, move to the upside. Okay? So after this live session, okay, we're going to be trading again. I'm still going to be on the market here for the next 3 hours after, so we may find an entry together, okay? Euro yen. All right. Euro Kiwi. Next. Just want to see. I think I got There we go. It's strong. Agreed. Exactly. Anyways, just want to say thanks to everybody who's been joining us live since early in the morning. That was actually a lot of fun. Again, for any of you who want to trade with me live, for the members, okay? Every morning, 6 a.m. Vancouver, Canada time. So that's 9 a.m. Eastern time, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard, okay? So, Euro, -0.9. Kiwi is at, actually right now it's at -1.5, okay? It wasn't at a negative, at a 0.0. It was at -1.5. So what do we know? Short-term direction is what? To the downside, or excuse me, to the upside. Okay, short-term direction is to the upside. Why is it to the upside? Because the euro is a little bit stronger than the Kiwi. Why is the Kiwi seeing a -1.5? I do not know, and I need to figure that out. Okay, but right now our short-term direction is slightly to the upside, which is unusual. Okay, but our long-term direction, I think, is questionable. I need to figure out what's going on with the Kiwi. If any of you know what's going on, why we're seeing weakness in the Kiwi, let me know. All right, so we had an analysis to the downside on this pair, as historically the Kiwi was stronger than the euro. All right, what do we see here? Push, exhaustion. We're seeing a reinjection of sell pressure, strong reinjection. So we know that there's continuation of sell pressure potentially. All right. Here's what? Push, exhaustion. Why do we not see double confirmation? Correct? Buy pressure. There's currently the euro stronger than the Kiwi. However, Would it be smart for us to enter to the upside here? No, it would not. Okay, we don't want to trade against the Kiwi. We don't want to trade against the Australian dollar. The reason why is because unless there's a virus spike in New Zealand that I don't know about, okay, we don't want to be trading against any economy that's not suffering the hardship that the rest of the economies are. Okay, so for any entry to the upside, I'm a no-go because I believe that the Kiwi will gain strength again. Maybe there was just some bad numbers or something that the market's reacting to. But why do we not have an entry to the downside on this analysis? Again, just another great example as to why winners enter at the completion of exhaustion, not at the completion of a push. Okay, so here we have what? Push to the downside. So what do winners do? We wait for exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation. What do we see here when we bring it a little bit closer? Do we see here on the 4-hour time frame any price action confirmation? Do we see any re-injection of sell pressure? Absolutely not. Price broke back to the upside, making this a higher time frame stop hunt. Okay, and because of that, our entry to the downside became invalid. But this is just another example as of why I always wait for exhaustion. Now, you know, breakout traders, you would have lost there. Sell the mid-order traders, you would have lost there. But if you trade like me, you would not have. Okay, so Euro Kiwi short is off the table as short-term direction is up to the upside. If our short-term direction comes back to the downside, we may be looking short, okay, once price breaks this area of sensitivity back down. But right now, Euro Kiwi, we're not interested, okay? Moving on. Moving on to Aussie CAD. Okay, monthly time frame here. Monthly zones. Okay, we know that in between is our weekly upper, weekly lower. Let's identify fundamental direction quickly. Okay, Australian dollar is currently at a positive 1.6. Canadian dollar is currently at a negative 0.2. Historically, the Canadian dollar was much weaker, giving us the strength we needed for that strong push to our monthly zone. Now, let's take a look at the weekly time frame. Okay, so in summary, what did we have here in terms of flow? Okay, you're looking at flow. Push, exhaustion, what's next? Continuational push. Okay, what's going to happen here? Is buy pressure going to be able to break sell pressure at our monthly zone? No. Okay, it needs significant area or fundamental support to break such an area of significance. Okay, so we're going to see some sort of impulse move to the downside, potentially giving us a higher time frame entry. Okay, or a lower time frame entry, excuse me, before a higher time frame entry, assuming price is able to break. Okay, so what I've done here is we've identified area sensitivity previously during our live session earlier today. Now, again, not live session. This is our live session, but just being on the market together, okay? Now, what do we know? What is this on the higher time frame? What can we call this? We can call this an impulse move, right? This is take profits, limit orders, market orders, sell limit orders. This is not a change in direction, right? Because our short-term and our long-term fundamental direction is to the upside. So we know that after this impulse move, maybe there's a high probability entry for a long to previous high. Okay, so let's identify that potentially. Okay, so we also see prices respecting this downtrend. What did we say earlier, right, team? What did we say earlier? We saw price. For those of you who were with me for the past couple hours, we saw price move to the upside, right? And we said, no, we're not entering long until we see an exhaustion with price action confirmation. And thank God we did that because this is a stop hunt. Price is following these lower lows. And even though this doesn't look like a lower low on the 4H, remember, what's a lower time frame stop hunt? It is a higher time frame pin bar. As you can see, pin bar. Okay, buy pressure to the upside, sell pressure to the downside. Let me just stretch this out so you can see this a bit better. Okay, see that? Lower time frame stop hunt, higher time frame pin bar. So we know we're not looking for an entry to the downside. And why? some of you are saying, well, Dave, fuck, we can find an entry maybe to previous low here, and maybe you can. Maybe that might be a high. If you are looking short, which you shouldn't be, this would be the highest probability short. But the reason why we're not looking short is because, well, our fundamental direction is to the upside, meaning that this could be another stop hunt, meaning that buy pressure could enter at any period of time. So what we're going to look to do is this. What it comes down to is our zones and trend lines. Okay, for example, if price makes its way to our mid-range area of sensitivity that we've identified, we would have to wait for the push, exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation for continuational move. If we see the push with a failure of price action entry confirmation, it's just another one of these, a stop hunt. Okay, if we see the same thing again, push, exhaustion, price action confirmation, or double confirmation, depending on how strong this move is, before a move to the upside. Okay, and we know that we're looking for a move to the upside because our short-term, long-term direction is to the upside. This is a higher time frame impulse move. It's not a change in direction in the higher time frame, which means that we have a high probability move to previous high, assuming we get the entry requirements. And then after that, we have our long-term entry to the upside, assuming buy pressure can break this monthly zone to the upside. Okay. Moving on from Aussie CAD onto Aussie Yen. Aussie Yen monthly time frame. Let's bring it in a little bit and do our fundamental direction. Okay, Aussie Yen. All right, Australian dollar is currently at a positive 1.6 and the yen is currently at a negative 2.7. Okay, short-term direction is to the upside. What can we say about long-term direction? Also to the upside. Okay, so great. We found our current and we're only looking for entry to the upside. We know that buy pressure has air support, so we're only looking to the upside. Push, exhaustion, push. All right, what can we say? What's the information here that the monthly is telling us about this push? Well, usual flow would say that there's going to be an exhaustion at area sensitivity before then the continuational push, but we don't even see much of an impulse move, telling us that buy pressure is strong. Okay, on the monthly time frame, you're not looking for entry. You're just looking for the story. What is the story that price is telling us? Okay, again, flow, push, exhaustion, push, failure of exhaustion. Again, buy pressure breaking to the upside. Okay, and it makes sense because buy pressure has air support, short-term and long-term. All right, so here's another example of breakout traders losing. Here's the push, okay? Remember, at this point, when price tends to break area sensitivity, here we'll do a replay. Okay, as price breaks area sensitivity, all right, you're now waiting for exhaustion. And at this point, people's psychology becomes weak. Oh shit, Aussie has so much more fundamental pressure than the yen. Buy pressure easily broke to the upside. I'm going to miss this entry to the upside because, well, there's enough buy pressure. But what you're forgetting is that there's a lot of work for buyers to break sell pressure at an area of sensitivity. Okay? When you have an army that breaks and marches through and dominates another army, after that battle, there's a requirement of rest, to reload, to resupply. Now, sometimes that doesn't happen, of course, okay, and price moves to the upside, but you always have to stay strong in your mind. Understand that majority of the time, price is going to come back for exhaustion, and that's what happened, right? Here, many people, probably breakout traders or people placing entry to the upside, their fear of missing out. And then exhaustion. Here, another bullish engulfing candle. We spoke about this. Price action confirmation. We failed to see entry confirmation. Okay, and boom, there it comes back for the full reload, the full exhaustion. Okay, so what we have to remember here is that we have to be careful. Now, this is actually good. I just identified. I want someone to message me here on the chat room, okay? Critical thinking for you. Remember, I tell you, to be a profitable trader, to do what we need to do, you have to understand how the market looks on all time frames, no matter where you are. Now, this comes with experience and time, but that's how you know when you're really getting comfortable with the market. So my question to you is this. We're on the daily time frame here. Okay? Please explain to me what these two price action candles would look like on the lower time frame. Like, what is this telling us? And remember, this is what I mean. Like, when you become comfortable with the market, you should be able to be on the daily, see a lot of this stuff, and actually be able to visualize what's happening on the lower time frames. So that's my question to you. Can anyone respond in the chat room? Let me know. Sorry, let me share the screen again. Okay. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? All right. Let's think about this. Impulse, potential double confirmation. Let's see if anyone got this. Yeah, Tom got it. Awesome. Okay. Senzo consolidation, not quite. Okay. Tom nailed it with the impulse move. Whatever a stall punt is, we'll talk about that later. Nick, you're saying push and exhaustion. That's also true. Okay, the push and exhaustion, because we've yet to see double confirmation. So at the moment, this is a push and exhaustion. Correct. Now let's talk about this. Okay, that's awesome, guys. All right, so let's talk about this. Remember, all these experts out there are gonna come at you and say you got double pin bars and emojis and crosshairs and, you know, Jesus on a cross, whatever these names that they give these price action, you know, stuff nowadays. But remember, it's just, you don't need to know any of that crap. You need to understand what is price telling you in terms of movement. Okay, so let's think about this. Sell pressure makes a strong move to the downside. Okay, so this candle closed here, this candle opened here, and sell pressure pushed to the downside. When this candle closed right here, what happened at this candle open? Boom, to the upside. So this tells us, okay, so there's an impulse move off area sensitivity. Now, buy pressure push to the upside. What's happening here? Sell pressure back to the downside. So in simplicity, we have a move up and back down. So what's happening is, just like Nick said, push, exhaustion, or price is making its way back for double confirmation before then we move to the upside. Because remember, this is our full exhaustion now on the higher time frame. So as you can see, that's what's happening. Okay, as you saw in the higher time frame. Here, let's see. I can actually do this, I think. Boom. Okay, so there we go. So on the left side here, we have our 1H. And then here we have our 4-hour time frame. Again, to be the best trader you can be, to understand how price looks on one time frame compared to the next. So again, let's talk about this one more time. Move to the downside. Boom. Move to the downside. Candle closed. Buy pressure entered. Push. Sell pressure coming in. Back down. Okay? So again, showing you how to start practicing how price looks on different time frames. All right? All right, so what are we waiting for now? Very simple. We want price to break this area of sensitivity, this area that we've identified, right? That price is giving us. Now, there's two potential options. Either we're going to see price break, not break, but make its way down to previous low. We're going to wait for price action and entry confirmation. We may have an earlier entry to the upside, depending on how price acts at previous low. But the most likely situation is we're waiting for price to break this level of sensitivity. Okay, we've identified this historically as a significant level. As you can see, price is found buy pressure, sell pressure at this level. So we want to be in when price breaks to the upside, exhaustion, and then move to the upside. Okay? Aussie yen moving on. Monthly time frame on Aussie Kiwi. All right, Australian dollar is currently at a negative 0.9. Oh, excuse me. That's not true. Positive 1.6. Okay, Kiwi is currently at a negative 2.7, 1.5. That's not true either. All right, negative 1.5. Our short-term fundamental direction is to the upside. Long-term fundamental direction is to the upside as well. Because even if the New Zealand dollar gets back to its normal strength, Australia is doing well as well. And we know that if New Zealand and Australia are doing well, the Australian dollar tends to be a bit stronger than the Aussie dollar due to the fact that it's just a bigger economy and vice versa. Okay, so short-term direction to the upside, long-term direction to the upside. Buy pressure is testing our daily mid-range zone, right? Because this is our weekly upper, weekly lower, daily mid-range, 4H mid-range. Buy pressure is testing our sell pressure at our daily. Assuming fundamentals stay the same, it's got free range wear to our weekly upper. Okay, so now let's take it to the weekly time frame. Sorry, to the daily. Okay, what is the information the daily is telling us? Not much of an impulse move, is there? Okay, again, continuational buy pressure. Buy pressure is now battling with sell pressure at this area of sensitivity. But who has fundamental support? Who has air support? That's right, the Australian dollar. So what do we see here? We see a push to the upside. What are we waiting for? Exhaustion, price action, entry confirmation before a continuational push. Let's add our targets. TP1 will be mid-range somewhere. Where's the entry likely going to be? As you can see, entry, once this thing moves, I'll get there one sec. Okay. Here's a horizontal area of sensitivity, as you can see that. So our entry is most likely going to be somewhere around here. Could be lower, but also we see uptrend as well. Oh, I hate it when it goes to this one. Does not. Okay, there we go. I gotta move this. All right. See, here's the higher highs. Okay, so price may find some buy pressure as well. That previous area of sensitivity. Okay. Move to the upside. Okay, and let's identify TP1. TP2 we know is at our next area of significant sell pressure being our weekly upper zone. Let's identify. Now TP1, we're looking for mid-range area of sensitivity. Okay, so I just placed a zone. I'm starting to drag it down. Okay, I'm starting to see some sensitivity. Let's take it down to the 4H to confirm. All right. Okay, so as you can see here, there's sell pressure, buy pressure, sell pressure. Some mid-range buy pressure, then turning into sell pressure. Okay, it's not the most strong mid-range area sensitivity. It's 50% of the way there though, which is telling us our zones are properly placed, I should say. Okay, move to the upside a little bit. Boom, there's TP1, TP2. Okay, now we're looking for SL. Okay, we're looking for the most amount of buy protection here. Now, let's take it to the 4H for. So it looks to me like we're pretty much at our 1-2 risk reward. Here's 1-1. 1 to 2. So this is the max. We can have our SL, which is slightly below area sensitivity and slightly below this level of horizontal pressure. Maybe you can see this. As you can see, we have some cell pressure, then turning into buy pressure. We're slightly below that. All right, so that's the max. We can extend our SL. So Aussie Kiwi, short-term direction upside, long-term direction upside. Push breaking area sensitivity. Buy pressure had to break a lot of sell pressure to make this extension. Okay, what we're waiting for is exhaustion. Okay, it may be straight to the downside. It may take a little while with some flow, but we're waiting for exhaustion and what? Then continuational push. Okay, so Aussie Kiwi, just keep your eye on that. We'll have a signal on this pair. Okay, USD CAD. Monthly time frame. All right, USD is what? USD is currently at a negative 3.4. Okay, the Canadian dollar is currently at a negative 0.2. So our short-term fundamental direction is currently to the downside. Okay, our long-term fundamental direction, I would also say slightly to the downside. However, I don't think as strong to the downside as it will, as it is now, but still to the downside. So on the monthly time frame, okay, what do we see here? Here's our monthly upper, here's our monthly lower, here's its weekly upper, here's its weekly lower, here's our daily mid-range area sensitivity, all right, team? So we know this is just area of battle. We're not trying to overcomplicate things, all right? On to the weekly time frame. Okay, we know fundamentals are to the downside. Here we see a push, exhaustion, real nice and quick sell sensitivity to the downside, telling us continuational move. But what we did smartly is we identified previous low. So, important to understand, this is where the push completed, right? This moved to the downside and buy pressure came in for exhaustion. Wherever a push on the higher time frame completes is usually the area of sensitivity. As you can see, continuational push to the downside has what? Found buy pressure. And why is that? Because there's multiple orders here. Let's think about this. If you had an entry to the downside, where's your final target? That's right, previous low. If you're a buy limit order trader, a limit order trader, where's your limit orders? That's right, previous low. Okay, so we're seeing buy pressure, sell pressure. We gotta stay patient, okay? We're waiting for price to fully break this area of sensitivity, previous low, exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation for continuation move to the downside, unlike we saw here. Remember? Let's take a look at that on the 4H time frame. Winners enter at completion of exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation at completion of exhaustion. What's this? Push, exhaustion. Did we see any confirmation of an injection of sell pressure? No, we did not. This is what? Stop hunt. All you breakout traders lost, any limit order traders also lost here, okay? So, Euro CAD, nothing to really show right now. We're waiting for that push, exhaustion, and a failure, meaning actually a reinjection of sell pressure for continuation move to the downside. Very high probability of potential stop hunt. Okay, moving on from USD CAD, we're gonna keep an eye on that pair. Okay, USD yen, excuse me. All right, so USD yen, you can see here for the past how many months that the USD has been weaker than the yen, telling us that the USD is no longer safe haven status, especially since the yen is weaker than what? Than the Swiss franc. Okay, so price has been following this channel. All right, to the downside, buy pressure is finally starting to enter the market and price is starting to trade above this downtrend. Why is that? Because again, Dems hit the house, expected big stimulus checks coming out, okay, from the Dems. So the USD is seeing more buy pressure than it was before. Now we have to identify fundamental direction though, right? So negative 3.4 again compared to what? Negative 2.7. Okay, short-term direction is what? To the downside, and long-term direction is questionable. Who knows with this? Okay. So with short-term direction being to the downside, are we looking to the upside? No, we're not. So even though price broke this channel, we are not looking to the upside. And that's why you also didn't see a continuational move, because fundamentals don't have the air support it needs for that strong move to the upside. All right, so moving on from USD Yen now onto USD Swiss franc, where there won't be any entry here either, I don't think, but you're just going to see here the weakness of the USD. Remember, pre-COVID, right? This is how this pair was moving. Okay? Post-COVID, boom, showing us that the USD is not only weaker than the yen. If the USD is weaker than the yen, then of course it's weaker than the Swiss franc, because the Swiss franc is stronger than the yen, which is why on the Swiss franc you're seeing sell pressure even be able to break buy pressure to the downside from the monthly. Of course, it took time for that, and there was a lot of struggle, but it happened. So this is a push to the downside, okay? Buy pressure. We're not looking for an entry on this pair, okay? Fundamental direction is what? Negative 3.4 to negative at the moment, all right? However, we know that price is extended. We know that historically price wants to be closer together on USD Swiss franc. USD is going to push to the upside. Buy pressure is going to push as hard as it can to the upside here. Also with exhaustion, higher time frame exhaustion support. We're not looking for any entry on USD Swiss franc, and to be honest with you, I don't really trade this pair. I'm not a big fan of trading this pair. So USD Swiss franc, we're moving on. Okay, CAD USD, just waiting for price to break that identified area sensitivity. So let's keep a close eye here, okay? CAD USD, all right. What is the CAD? Negative 0.2. USD is at a negative 3.4. Fundamental short-term direction is to the upside. Long-term direction, flat or to the upside. We don't know what's going to happen here with the Canadian dollar. Is it going to strengthen with WTI having a nice uptrend to its next area of sensitivity, or is it going to weaken with announcement of more inventory or reduction, excuse me. So CAD USD, we're not really sure. But we know that buy pressure has broken sell pressure at its weekly upper, and it's got free range now to its monthly zone, okay? All right, so on the weekly time frame, we're not looking to complicate things, just looking to simplify things. Here's a push to the upside. What's after a push to the upside? Exhaustion, but we failed to see a full and complete exhaustion, telling us what? There's a buy pressure, there's continuous buy pressure keeping price to the upside. So there's likely going to be buy support to our next level of free range. And we know that when price fails to make full exhaustion, many times on the lower time frame, there is consolidation, correct? So we see what? Horizontal sell pressure, buy pressure. Remember, this is a stop hunt, higher time frame pin bar. So for us to enter to the upside, we are going to need to wait for price action and entry confirmation. Now, how many people do you think got bit here, right? Look at this, right? How many people do you think, right? Here's that push. We spoke about this last week. This is not a push to the upside. There needs to be separation from area of sensitivity. This is a push. This is separation. So breakout traders would have been entered. Okay? If you were a limit order trader here, assuming you mistakenly identified a push, you would have been out. Or if you were a limit order trader here, you would have been out. But again, here's the push. Exhaustion. Do we see any confirmation of a re-injection of buy pressure? Any bullish engulfing candle? Any double confirmation to the upside? Any significant pin bar? No, we do not. So, stop hunt. Boom. Okay? What are we waiting for now? Again, another push, exhaustion, but we need to wait for price action and entry confirmation for a move to the upside, or this just becomes another stop hunt. Okay, so CAD USD, just have some patience on this pair. Okay, CAD Yen, waiting for things to play out here for this higher time frame move. I do believe it will. Okay. Monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower, higher time frame lower lows, which is a higher time frame downtrend. Okay, so we've identified area of battle. Let's take it to the weekly. Now, we're just trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. Now, we saw buy pressure from our monthly lower zone. Strong move to the upside. Sell pressure came in as expected because why? There's multiple levels of sell pressure here, not only from our zone, but also from our higher time frame downtrend, correct? So we know that there's going to be sell protection. But let's identify our fundamental direction. Our fundamental direction is 0.2, whereas the yen is at a negative 2.7. So the CAD has been stronger than the yen, and it's identified here by a break of this downtrend to the upside. Now, remember, we talk about full pushes and exhaustions, right? Is this a higher time frame push? Not really, okay? But what we can see here is that price did break previous high. So that's the information that's extremely important. As you can see, let me show you. Previous high is an extremely strong area of sensitivity, right? Let me make this neon so it's visible. Okay, take a look, right? We're on the weekly time frame. So the fact that this candle broke above previous high, the fact that we have sell pressure come in and buy pressure push right back above tells us we may have an entry coming soon. All right, so here's that previous candle, breaking previous high, low, buy pressure coming back to the upside. Let's move this a bit over so it's more visible. So let's share the screen. Let's make this multiple screen here. So here's CAD yen on the 4-hour time frame. And here's CAD yen on the daily. Okay. But let's add CAD yen weekly, excuse me. So what we said was price broke previous high, right? As you can see here, on the left side is a lower time frame, on the right side is a higher time frame. So price broke previous high, okay? Or it could have been here, wherever the close was. Exhaustion, as you can see, exhaustion. Price broke back beneath area sensitivity. Stop hunt back to the upside. Now, this pin bar has not closed yet. This is a weekly candle. So this doesn't mean that price doesn't come back to the downside. So we have to be aware of that. Let's take it to the 4-hour time frame. When we take it to the 4-hour time frame, here's that stop hunt. Sell pressure back to the downside, right? Push, exhaustion, failure of reinjection of sell pressure. Okay. What do we see here? Potentially a lower time frame entry to previous high. And the reason why we don't have a higher time frame entry yet is what? Because this candle is not closed yet. It's a weekly pin bar, but the week has just started. So we may have a lower time frame entry here. Again, to previous high. All right. So let's identify. This is mid-range. I know it looks wonky, but remember, sell pressure. These are lower time frame areas now. Okay, let's take to the 1-hour time frame. Okay, when we're looking at entry here for the lower time frame, let's talk about this. First, let's talk targets. All right. Final target is where? Previous high, correct? TP1's where? Mid-range area of sensitivity that was identified, okay? SL is below as short as possible, as long as possible, and with as much buy pressure protecting our SL. Can we be beneath this pin here? Slightly beneath? And still have good risk reward? Yes, I think so. Here's 1-1. Here's 1-2, 1-2.5, RR. Great. Okay, so let's make sense of this again. Okay, so our fundamental short-term direction is to the upside. We know that buy pressure has broke significant areas of sensitivity. Okay, it broke its downtrend. It's already past that battle. And we are now seeing that buy pressure is breaking to the upside of area sensitivity here, of previous highs. Okay, again, telling us tremendous amount of buy pressure. Price could have came in for a deep test. But look at this, quick injection of buy pressure, breaking between previous high. That's, of course, a lot of work, right? We know after a push, there's an exhaustion. High probability, at least to previous high before our higher time frame entry, assuming then we can get that bullish move that we need, right? So, daily time frame, we see that stop hunt coming into play. Okay, here's that stop hunt, move to the downside, exhaustion without a reinjection of sell pressure. Again, that's giving us a lot of information. That's giving us a ton of information that price is what? Failed to see sell pressure and is making to see buy pressure. Look at the pin. So, on the 4-hour time frame, if we get a close of this pin, we can consider this maybe price action confirmation, but what I'm interested in is this lower time frame downtrend. Okay, what are we actually waiting for? A minor push, exhaustion, entry confirmation, continuational push, okay? So, if you are a breakout trader, I wouldn't necessarily place a breakout trade up here. Okay, maybe if price comes down to previous low for a double confirmation, you can place a breakout entry. If you are a limit order trader, you have to wait for the push and exhaustion. Now, whether that is here or whether price comes back before then a push, either way, we have to be patient. We have lower lows on the 1H. We're waiting for a minor push, exhaustion on the 1H with entry confirmation, assuming we have our 4H close of the pin bar, which is price action confirmation. Then we have a move to the upside. Okay, once price reaches TP1, we move SL to entry. Oh. Moving on from CAD Yen. CAD Yen monthly time frame. Here are our monthly zones, okay? What's our fundamental direction? CAD is currently at -0.2. Swiss franc is currently at A. So fundamental direction is flat. Short-term direction is flat. Long-term direction is flat. We know at this point we're not going to find an entry to the upside or to the downside. Okay, when we take it to the weekly time frame or to the monthly time frame, okay, we can see strong level of consolidation, sell sensitivity, meaning buy sensitivity, push, exhaustion, continuational push, failing to break previous low. Okay, this pair is going to be in consolidation until we can get some sort of direction, okay? This is not a nice pair to be in, okay? Not something you want to be in when fundamentals are flat. As you can see, buy pressure, sell pressure, look at the ranges of each pin. Okay, this is not a sexy pair. CAD Swiss franc, I suggest to move on. Okay, pound USD, let's talk about this pair. Pound is currently at a -0.1. USD is currently at a -3.4. Short-term direction to the upside. Long-term direction also to the upside. The pound is seeing apparently more vaccines come out. The UK is seeing more vaccines roll out. Numbers of daily COVID cases are going down. Optimism is going up, which means that even though there is still lockdowns and all that stuff going on, it means that the pound long-term could gain some strength. So here's what? Our monthly zones. Monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower. push, exhaustion, push. Okay, what's going to happen here off area sensitivity? There's probably going to be some sort of impulse move before buy pressure with air support tries to break its monthly zone. Okay, let's get rid of this uptrend. Doesn't matter now. All right, so we see at first contact there was a move to the downside. Impulse move. Price made its way to previous high. I'm not as excited as a potential re-entry to previous high right now, since this level of sell pressure and all these limit orders, market orders have already been taken out. So this bullish engulfing candle is not as pleasing to me as if it would have happened here, because I know that's just market sensitivity. But with that being said, we know our short-term direction is to the upside. We know our long-term direction likely to the upside. And as we can see, buy pressure is making its way potentially to previous high. We may find a lower time frame quick in, quick out. Let me explain. Here we have area sensitivity. Price is trading above. Boom, area sensitivity here as well. Let's take the 1 hour time frame. So I'm thinking something like this. Maybe a move to the upside, exhaustion, and a re-entry to previous high. Okay? That's my thought process here. Remember, I'm always trying to look at entering at exhaustion. You know, some of you are going to see this, right? Because this trade did not become attractive to the upside until just this candle close. Right? But that's a push, right? We're finally seeing some higher time frame separation, so we can expect some higher time frame exhaustion. Okay, SL, we're looking for the most amount of buy sensitivity, correct? All right, so we know we're beneath that lower zone. Now we're looking for some sort of pin sensitivity without affecting our risk reward. So here we can see a set of pins, okay? We definitely cannot be beneath the lowest pin because risk reward is no longer optimal. So let's see. Actually, it could be. Yeah, 1 to 1, 1 to 2. So we can actually be beneath this pin. As you see, we're slightly beneath. We've extended the range of buy protection as much as possible. Our risk reward is still 1 to 1, more than 1 to 2, excuse me. Push. Okay, exhaustion may come back mid-range. It may make its way up to this next level and then come back, but we're waiting for the push, exhaustion, lower time frame entry to what? To previous high at our monthly zone. Pound yen, monthly time frame. Pound yen. Okay, pound is currently at a negative 0.1. Yen is currently at a negative 0.2, 0.7. Short-term direction is to the upside. What about long-term direction? Also to the upside, but remember, the yen is also a safe haven status, so it could gain strength if things get worse. However, as mentioned, we know that British pound should see some longer-term strength due to the fact that vaccines are rolling out, due to the fact that they have less per day cases. Okay, so what's happening here, team? We have our monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower. Okay, this is our what? Daily upper, daily lower. Buy pressure is testing sell pressure at our daily lower zone. If it breaks to the upside, it's got free range to our daily upper and then our weekly upper, right? So What are we waiting for? We're waiting for exactly that. Okay. We see a test of a push to the upside, some sell pressure coming in, re-injection of buy pressure. Again, telling us there's more buy support, air support. That makes sense because of fundamental direction. What can we see here? Okay, so what we want to do here is this. And this is a little bit of an educational thing for you guys. We've identified our targets previously. Okay, so sometimes you have a situation where price creates lower lows and you have a nice downtrend where you can show push exhaustion. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes, as you can see, this is flat. This isn't a downtrend. So in this scenario, you just want to adjust, right? You want to add area sensitivity, even the lower time frame areas, because that will help you with your entry. Okay. Boom, boom. So what are we looking for in terms of entry here? We adjust. Now, what needs to adjust because our TP1 has gone a lot shorter, hasn't it? It's our SL. Our distance between entry to SL cannot be greater than distance between entry to TP1 because we have to be at a 1-to-1 risk reward to close out our trade at TP1. So we're going to max the distance out, and that's the adjustment we make. Okay? So what are we waiting for here on pound yen? For me, I'm waiting for price to break previous high. Push, exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation for a continuation move. Okay, moving on from pound yen onto Kiwi USD, which is the last one. All right, Kiwi USD. Here's our monthly upper, monthly lower, monthly mid, monthly lower. Here's our weekly upper, weekly lower, daily mid range. New Zealand dollar is currently at a negative 1.5. US dollar is currently at a negative 3.4. Okay. Push. All right. What's happening here? Higher time frame potential exhaustion. Okay. For those of you who are in the trade, TP1 was reached. Okay. You have to move SL to entry. This trade then became invalid. Okay. And closed out. Why? Because as we know that price is now making its way back to entry. And last live session, I said, look, price is finding sell pressure now. I would close out the trade somewhere about there it was. Okay. So hopefully you're closed out of this trade. But right now, okay, our short-term direction is to the still to the upside, right? But what are we seeing? Move to the downside. So we're not looking for an entry to the downside. We're not looking for an entry to the upside right now. The Kiwi is weak, could be getting weaker. I still need to figure out why it's this weak. All right, Kiwi USD is not optimal. It's not beautiful at all. Okay, so we're not gonna be trading Kiwi USD. All right, team. So that's it for today's live session. I really appreciate you guys being with me. We're not done now. Okay, so this link will end on Zoom live session, so it can render and be uploaded. Probably next 10-20 minutes there will be another link posted where you can join me for the rest of the day. Okay, and if you decide not to, I hope you have a great day. And keep kicking ass. All right, keep your eyes open on the analysis and also the traffic light signals. Okay, we'll be chatting soon, everybody. See you all soon. Bye. Okay. For those of you watching live, I will be back soon. All right. Hi, Hector. Be right back. Out of batteries. Where's my charger? Let's move this slightly. A little bit better. Okay. You can keep it open, it's fine. Hey JJ. Nick, how can I help, buddy? Or Hector, how can I help, buddy? So those of you asking questions in the live chat, I cannot see your questions. I'm trying to figure that out. Trying to figure out how to get to this chat.
I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. I've been on the flex since flex on. Neighborhood all in the eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Snakes in the grass, cut those off. Yo, squad shitty like Rose Rock. No breaks, we go, 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 go. Don't shade us, no, 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 no. Go high, go low, low, low. Like spinning in a 644. Cash money like 504. More like AD 24. No sleep, need more, more, more. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. I'm a real one, my day ones. Try to speak up, can't say none. Try to dig dirt, there ain't none. I make the money that save up. 10, 10, 80, my city ones. Take to the top of the base one. New car, restart, fast lane, pace on. With the booyah, it's a flex. Not a human lion from another planet. I'ma teleport my damage. I'ma wake up, do damage. Join number 7, he's bored up. Working all night, need more though. I remember nights I was poured up. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Up in my car and let's get it up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the box. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Just another sunny day in Southern California. It's where the people came to play. Don't let them transform you. Oh, come and see what you've been missing on the list.
And then it also displays it here, and then it also displays it over here. So this is what
breaks for living. It's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime for all you got every attitude. Who cares what the people think? It's been turning kind of gray in Southern California, but I'm allergic to the rain. What happened to euphoria? Oh, don't worry about it, don't worry about a thing. I'm too excited, dark liquor with the palm trees. It's all or nothing, it's all or nothing. Ignore all the signs and socialize. Come and see what you've been missing. On a little slice of heaven. It's the only place for living. It's the West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime for all you got every attitude. Who cares what the people think? 'Cause it's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime for all you got every attitude. Who cares what the people think? Wave, look, why you mad? Get to the bag. Long face, check the case, get the cash. I've been living fast, still far from average. Real talk, all this shit is right outside when I get magic. Young, black, and raspy, catch me with a nappy. Young nigga make the slap that make up body do magic. Won't stop till my bank account magnets. Looking like I'm still running paper routes backwards. Money bags, no events, snap back like a rubber band. Pretty thing with a suntan, make it bounce back when you do the dance. Call my song, we supposed to pick. See your things through a different lens. Living fast, only one chance. Never pants, how we do the plans. Right? I practice what I preach, and I can put around my way, think it also see. Not sure what you wanted, but I'm what you need. I know my heart just started, but I hit a peak, yeah. Wave, used to just wanna blend in. Big flex, how I do the syntax, now that I got the attention. On the rig, you make it really hard to just wanna be friends. Treat the night like a vignette for what's coming next, hard to see the end. Yeah, I tread water with a deep end. I'll die young and live plenty days on my defense. In real life, we just pretend that I'm sleeping. Reach a life feeling like I never ended repeat. I can't believe it. Yeah. Gotta switch up how I breathe every time I see it. Yeah. Knowing what you want, I know just what you need. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing, I got you falling through for the weekend. Since I put it down, I need it. Bet I'll make it, I don't wanna leave. Ain't nobody business, it's been added something rigorous. I traded in the cars, it was lost for the dividends. I'm calm but the temperament, but strong when I pencil them. Phone steady jumping, screaming cars like I'm flipping bricks. Got everybody tapping in, but you been kept it solid. When you look me in the eyes, subtle tell I know you got it. When you do the sauce, make me want it a la carte. Got me looking at it like the bullseye of the target. Since day one, but I'm seasoned. But the working off season. I'm just talking they ball hard. When all they really do is reach in. Limit time here with small talk. Speaking dreams to existence like a young king at the Lincoln. Big facts, funny pretense. Link up, we can sync up. Been in the field off the long snap. Make a big talk, gonna sink in to the whole squad, get a ring team. Let the ops tell us thing then. Reach the life feeling like I never ended repeat. I can't believe it. Yeah. Switch up how I breathe every time I see it. Yeah. Knowing what you want, I know just what you need. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing, I got you falling through for the weekend. Since I put it down, I need it. Bet I make it, I don't wanna leave it. Switch up how I breathe every time I see it. Yeah. Knowing what you want, I know just what you need. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing, I got you falling through for the weekend. Since I put it down, I need it. Bet I make it, I don't wanna leave it. change the scenery. Yeah, everybody. I'm away. I'm away. You thought it was a drought, that's cap.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning. Hey. Okay, my boy. Okay.
Get up, stretch my legs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Start my day. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the baker. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Drink some water, brush my teeth. Get out of bed and I stretch. Bed in my hair is a mess. Look through my clothes for a fit. Anything I do is drip. Feel like a kid when I'm tick-tocking. I still keep it real as it is. I show my age, I don't switch often. I'm just as a dad as it gets. Try taking naps with my kids, talking. I'm guessing this life how it is. And I can't wait for the weekend. Keep jammies on like I'm a kid. Yeah. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the bacon. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. Feel good, feel great, can't complain. Look out my window, see birds and planes. Sun's out, some clouds, it might rain. Siblings on my nerves again. Summertime, go for a swim. Wintertime, go grab a sled. Spring, I might need an umbrella. Fall back in school with my friends. Attitude change like the weather. My mom tell me it never ends. Like clocks, we evolve in a circle. Every 12 months we do it again. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day.
Done finna jump for the shit. All top when I speak, all cap with the speech till they caught up in the rap shit. So right align with the phrase game. Let's take a break, been a long day. Hit your line, but you fall through with the light sticks. Maybe help me spark the ideas. You got nowhere else to go. So me up from there. I've been on my own, just running through the field. Saying it for the years. I know that's how they like. Yeah, I fantasize. Tell me that it's real when it's all said and done. I said it how I feel it. I let them hit the fear of a passive progressive. Every black man with a passion. Steady grip when I shoot to the stars with a full clip. And I'm with a loose sleep. Then I proofread till I lose sleep. Couldn't handle the truth. You bed with the right. Love at first sight shit. Art over hype shit. Need a sound bite for the time caps to impress. Play they pause time for a bit. Sitting I did it cause they could get them in love with the fine print. Scribble type of shit they really find behind the white vicious behind the eyelids. Tell the reckless with the clauses. Careful with the cost me. Need this shit forever, but I never ever stop until they put me in the coffin or they off me. Fuck niggas quick to auction, they false print. Always with this shit with the caution. Held the 10 toes down for the dogs. You can see the ball print. They searching for the answers in the bottom and that's true for the handle. The beginning of the candle. Doing shit to myself, tell me feel when I'm looking in the mirror. I'm seeing somebody else, yeah. Mi corazón es on some shoulder. Everything on the road's got it back up from me. Couldn't pinpoint on the glow, so I wanted to go from it. Still that it don't fit in, but I wanna feel everything. Yeah, everything, yeah. Everything, yeah, everything, yeah. Everything, yeah. Everything, I got my eyes low as the sky falls for the rhyme flows. I don't really know just what we might go with the mind scope. So many things I never learned with my eyes closed. Too busy with the schemes on the telling of my dreams on the rail. Bitch, I grind like my life's on the line, hella wide. So far through with the light sticks. We open up when the light flicks. On sight, yeah, the cash rolls everything around. Playing for the bounty. Where that nigga dripped on fountain. Ran a tree down by the ounce. Nigga skin brown, sipping down to the right, spinning around. I just said that's so make it count. Tell the people out in 3, 4, 5. Bet they count it back out loud. We'll be getting in it for the night. I never hit reply, but it read. I just want it for the live. Take me so much more than the bills. I just want a house to the hills. I just want to look into her eyes when I'm gripping on the thighs. So she knowing that it's real. They don't really want it with the kid. I do this shit to feed my future kids. And I got these lame niggas crossed cause I'm starving. They gotta see my highlight. Real. Mi corazón es on a slip shoulder. Everything on the road's got it like go from me. Couldn't pinpoint in the globe, so I wanted to go from it. Still that I don't want it. I wanna feel everything. Everything, yeah. Everything, yeah.
There it is. There's Matthias.
I wanna feel everything. Everything,
Geronimo, get drop down like some dominoes. Blues and greens and pinks, I got a lot of those. Yeah, you know, talking slime, I can't relate to snakes. I see a lot of foes. Eeny, miny, mo. Head to toe. Said you got your own style, I should slay for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem. I might.
Changing up the music a little bit. Hey Joe, everything's going good, buddy. No complaints. I was up at 6 a.m. with Jake trading and everybody live. Then we just finished FXG live. Now I am currently working, getting things done, reviewing trades, potential analysis, signals that I want to do. Gonna respond to emails. You're just kind of joining me as I work. Hope you're having. How's your day going?
Oh, baby.
I can hear you, Joe. How you doing, buddy? You're making an omelet. There we go. Where do you live again? Where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Yeah, but
I'm
where?
currently in Montreal.
Oh, you're currently in Montreal. There we
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
buddy. Same country.
My girlfriend lives here.
Awesome. So you followed her to Canada, eh?
Yeah, she
I-
brought me over.
I got you. I got you. It's not a bad place to be, except Montreal's extremely cold.
Yeah, for sure. I went on a run this morning. It was like -12.
I feel you, man. I used to live in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan for hockey. And
Yeah, you played professional hockey, yeah?
yeah, we did. I just do -40 was common.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. It is a crazy time.
it gets to like -5 sometimes in the UK. That's about it.
Yeah, I know. UK gets more just rain than anything. It's the same thing here, though. Not so much. Not so much in terms of too much cold in Vancouver. I mean, you guys are the opposite. You guys get all the cold.
Yeah. Vancouver's similar weather to UK.
Yeah, I would say so. Just a lot of gray skies and rain. Totally. I would say so. Awesome. Okay. So what's up, Joe? How are you doing? How's your weekend? All good?
Yeah, man, it's been good. I've just been relaxing. There's not a lot we can do really because Montreal's gone into curfew.
Montreal's gone into curfew now, so you got like what time you all have to be in?
8 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, it's early.
I went snowboarding last weekend and broke my arm.
Are you serious? Oh no. Oh no.
I've got plenty of time to be studying Forex.
Was that your first time boarding?
It was my second time, and I got a bit too cocky and went down a blue slope.
The standard. You gotta stick to your slope.
My friends were hyping me up. You're good enough. I was like, yeah. And then first time down the blue one, broke my arm.
You gotta stick to your slope.
Yeah.
That is funny.
It was worth it though. I had fun.
That is really funny, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I broke my collarbone snowboarding as well. Broke my wrist snowboarding.
Did you snowboard or ski?
I ski now, but I used to snowboard. I used to spend probably at least a month every winter, like up in Whistler, skiing and snowboarding. When I was younger, and now I'm up there about 2 weeks every winter, but I'm just skiing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't.
Maybe into Vancouver in May.
Are you coming in May?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, if they let you fly, but yeah, I'm sure Canada easier. But that's awesome. I hope you do.
So basically for people who obviously I lived in the UK, but because like my girlfriend's from Canada, we was allowed to fill in an application form where you're allowed to visit distant family, or if you're in a relationship, you're allowed to come to Canada as long as you quarantine for the first 2 weeks.
Right. So that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening.
Yeah. So whenever I come and visit my girlfriend, I'll visit for at least a month or 2.
Understood. And how long have you guys been together? You guys meet here or in the UK?
I met in Spain.
Oh, on vacation?
Yeah, I was on holiday with the boys and she was on holiday with the girls.
Oh, that's how it starts, eh?
Yeah, and then she invited me over to, because originally she's from Ottawa.
Right.
Yeah.
And now she's living in Montreal for work.
Yeah, she's a doctor. So she came to Montreal for work.
Nothing wrong with being with the doctor, hey? I mean, if something goes wrong, there's no better place to be.
By the time I'm 30.
Check me out, baby. Check me out. But I'm sure she sees things on you. Hey, nothing wrong with that. That's a full-time job, man. Nothing wrong with that. Also, if you trade the FX market, you can be a stay-at-home dad all day long.
That's the plan. That is the plan. I've currently been studying Forex myself for just under 2 years. But keep finding myself getting stuck in a rut where I'll make profit, and then whatever profit I make, I'll lose it because silly, stupid mistakes. So.
Yeah, that's the standard story, right?
I've following you. I found your Instagram page and social media about a year ago. I was interested, but I've only just recently signed up. So yeah.
Well, welcome to the team, Joe. Welcome to the team. I'm here to help if you need it. So is Jake. Okay, we're gonna get you there. I think it's just like your snowboarding situation. You got a little comfortable. You went down the blue run. It's the same thing with FX, right? You get a little comfortable. Next, you start making some, calls that you wouldn't usually make. You start to break your rules, right? These things happen, and it's a part of the learning process. It's just about learning and growing, right?
Yeah.
So
I've been reading a lot of books, self-improvement books, and a lot of them are saying to find a mentor in the profession that you need.
I agree with it. Well, I'm happy to be yours, buddy. I'm happy to be yours. I'm happy. Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure doing Forest Gentlemen for the past 5 years. I'm sure some people, will message you now or who are on watching live. It's been it's been really awesome experience because trading can be lonely. So by starting Forex Gentlemen, not only have I built a community, get to know people, I'm able to help people, right? And of course, this is, I'm an entrepreneur, so it's another revenue stream. It's been a very pleasant experience. And I'm here to help, and get better. There's been, Jake is actually a perfect example, kind of 4 years of ups and downs, mostly ups, but ups and downs. And then for the past year after being here, he's been like just killing it. So, sometimes it's the small things.
To get better and grow and, learn.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I feel like there's only a certain amount you can learn on your own without some kind of guidance,
Yeah, you just always can get, there's always something can teach you, right? Someone's got something to teach you no matter what. So it's definitely, you're doing the right thing, kind of going around, seeing what's there. I think the most important thing is you just got to keep things simple, right? You just got to keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate things too much, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's where things get bad.
For sure.
And, Pound USD.
Well, I'm going to get back to my omelet.
Okay, no worries, buddy. Thanks for coming out. Anytime you want to talk, press unmute. Thanks for saying hi, Joe.
Thanks, David.
Enjoy your omelet, buddy. Bye.
Yo,
Luke, how you doing?
how we doing?
How's Luke doing?
Mate, how are you?
I'm doing good, my friend.
Not
Doing
bad,
good.
mate, not bad.
Not bad is not bad.
I think it might be a little bit low. Yeah, exactly, mate.
I've joined a couple of these now actually. Annoyingly, I'm still working, so whenever I can fit the time in just to join the lives, I'll try and do as much as I can.
Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, whenever you can. I know people have lives, so if you can't make it, I don't take offense.
Yeah,
but they're all recorded, of course.
Yeah. I was just listening to what that Joe fella was saying actually. Like he said he's been doing it for a couple of years. I'll be honest, this is probably now the start of my 3rd week.
Okay.
I remember messaging you about that, about joining the portal and the membership, the
Right.
FXG Gentlemen's Club.
Right.
Probably the best move I've made because I've used all the university videos, and from being an absolute novice, it's a massive help.
Great.
But ideally, really, mate, what I wanted to ask was, if you were sort of talking to your novice self, you as a beginner, what advice would you give to someone that's just starting out?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question, Luke. That's a really good question. I'd give myself a bunch of things. I think I would say, number one, I think I would tell myself that this isn't an overnight process. When I first started, I really, like most people, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make $10,000 this month. I'm gonna make $100 million by next year. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of get into that mindset, but you have to remember that it's a process. It's not an overnight thing. If this was easy, everybody would do it. But if you stick to the process, it will come, and when it comes, it comes. You know what I mean? Once you get this game, it comes, right? So I would say, number one, think of this as a marathon, not a sprint, and enjoy the process.
Yeah.
Number two is, I would say, simplify the complicated right from the start, and try to understand how to trade based on knowledge rather than just based on memory. So when you see something happen at a zone, or price action is doing this, like, make sense of it. What is happening? Create the story rather than trying to go back to your memory bank and say to yourself, oh, I saw this before, so this might happen. Right? Actually break it down. Okay, sellers are doing this, buyers are pushing this way, and then you create the story and you finish the sentence. Because what the market is it's telling us, the history of the market is giving us what is the best predictor of the future. So like, this is a common example. I say, like, for example, you finish my sentence, Luke. Roses are red.
Violets are blue.
There we go. So by you making the story and understanding what the market is telling you, even though it's not finishing the sentence for us, we can get the highest probability decision as to what the sentence will be or what the finish will be. So as I said, roses are red, you said violets are blue. Even though you didn't know that the end was violets or blue, you assumed based on high probability, based on historical data, that the violets are blue, right? So that's what we're doing with the charts. We're reading what the market is telling us, creating a story out of it, and then finishing that story up. What is the highest probability ending to that story, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. So number one, enjoy the process, and it's not an overnight process. And number two, simplify the complicated from the start, right? A lot of people try to make things overcomplicated, especially in finance. You add indicators, you add this, you add that, instead of simplifying the complicated, right? You look at big companies, institutions, they spend millions, potentially billions of dollars to simplify their processes, to streamline their data, to streamline their, sign-up process or their back-end systems. Everything is to simplify, but in finance, everybody wants to complicate, right? The point is this is complicated enough. Your job is to simplify it, not make it more complicated, right?
Yeah.
So that is the key. That is the key. So
for
hopefully
me,
that
what
answers.
what I'm not struggling with, what I'm trying to get my head around is, like, obviously you've been doing it for, like you said, you've been just doing just FXG for 5 years, but you've probably been trading for way longer. It's all this, like, knowledge you have just from doing it.
Yeah.
So like you said, I think it's just the process is just knowing that, it's not going to be an overnight thing, and I'm well aware of that. So it's just trying to, like, watching your analysis videos, the way you literally just pluck all this information out of your head, I'm just like, wow, like, it's mad when you watch it. It's just trying to, obviously, like, just trying to understand that that's going to hopefully eventually happen. But again, the site helps a lot. It's just trying to know where to pick all this information from before you start trading.
Totally. So the information that I get is majority from the platform. Okay, I do go use Barron's. I use sometimes Bloomberg. Okay, to listen to what's going on, but majority of the information I'm getting is you'll see on the platform under Idea Hub. So it's scraping all the relevant information, and I'm reading those articles. Then I'm kind of looking at Bloomberg. What I would suggest, if you can, is tomorrow, because we were doing it today. Currently, it's almost 11 a.m., but at 6 a.m. my time, I joined Jake live, and that's kind of when I go through the news. That's where I go through all the fundamentals and distinguish short term between long term. So if you can join,
sorry, it's at 6 a.m. your time, right?
Yeah, 6 a.m. my time. So I don't know what that would be your time, but
I'm in the UK, so it's probably about 2 o'clock ish, I think.
Yeah. So that's around the time that I get. That is the time I get on with Jake. Then we trade for 2 hours. We do all that stuff, and then
is that put in the message? And where is it?
Yeah, so it's in the chat room. You'll see the link.
In there, do you?
Yeah, exactly. In the chat room, you'll see the link. So you can join us for that, and you'll kind of see how I flow through. But this didn't come easy, man. And I think you ask anybody who's been a member 5 years ago, the way I speak now is different than the way I speak before, right? The way I spoke before. I've also found ways to simplify the way I communicate with members, right? And the way I communicate with people and educate people. So it's...
Do you know what? That is major what you just said, because even like just down to like I'm using TradingView to like do all my analysis and all that sort of stuff. But even just like getting it to look how I want it to look, if you know what I mean. Because when you first create an account, they've got all this noise that they put onto the chart for you. It's like, I don't need any of this. I just need to draw a few lines, draw a few rectangles, and area sensitivity and whatnot. And even just for like someone like myself, just being able to have someone like you to make it that bit easier.
It's a big help.
Is massive.
Yeah, I understand, buddy. I understand, and I'm happy you made the decision to come here. I'm here for you. Jake's here for you. If you have any questions, like with everybody else that's a member, you let us know. Yeah, all right, we have.
Did you say the updates will go out via email, like to our email addresses about updates on the platform and stuff like that?
So the updates will be done throughout the day today. Should have been done yesterday. However, as you update, sometimes bugs happen.
Yeah.
So that will happen. So there will be changes to the platform. But the major changes are fundamental direction will be coming from the brokers. You'll also be notified. So, for example, you'll be able to choose what you get notified about. So if you want to be notified when I place a signal or when I place a traffic light system, you'll be able to click that, so it sends you an email. You'll be getting you'll be getting access to the new member Telegram channel today as well, and then I'm pretty much going to be live pretty much throughout the day, like trading. Then we have the live sessions, and as you see right now, you're kind of with me and I'm working. So we're going to also consistently. Another thing too is the account that Jake and I are trading is I opened up a $10,000 account just to show again how a small amount of money can grow into something substantial with patience, with proper money management, proper risk reward. So we're going to do that together and grow this account together. So
the notification thing, is that something we set up within the platform?
Absolutely. So you'll have essentially you'll be able to check the box as to what you want to be notified about. So even if you want to be notified when a news article is posted or the blog, you can as well, or maybe you don't, right? So you don't click on that. So it's you'll be able to really customize. You'll be able to customize it.
The next big thing, getting to grips with it, is like you said, using Idea Hub to read the news. Because I've watched the university videos probably twice over now, so that's sort of semi-ingrained into my head. But instead of just trying to like you said at the start of every day, where you go through the news and do all the initial reading, that's where I think that's where I'm lacking at the moment. But again, it's only the third week, so.
Yeah, it's only the third week, buddy. This is a process. Well, just think about this. Like, you know, if you want to be a doctor, you got to spend 8 years in school. You know what I mean?
8 years.
You want a degree, it's 4 years of education. You know what I mean? You want something good, it takes time. I'm here to shorten that learning curve. I'm here to shorten that process for you. That's what I'm here for. But that doesn't mean there's not a process, right? So it's going to be a little bit of time. It's going to be a little bit of time for you, more than 3 weeks for sure. 3-4 months. 3-4 months. You're going to start to get things. You're going to start to see things that you didn't see before. There's a lot of aha moments in FX, or in finance if you do things right. There's a moment, you know, right now you're in I'm a little bit confused. Things are a little bit overwhelming. And then it gets to the point where it's like, just something clicks. It's like, okay, I get that now. Okay, I get this now. There's a lot of these.
Just with the terminology, actually, like we're doing the university videos, even like sometimes I'd watch so I've got you on Instagram, that's how I found you.
Right.
I watch some of the videos, I'm like, what's he on about? That makes no sense. But obviously they're getting access to the platform has almost opened my eyes to even that just within a few weeks.
There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why why it all comes together, right? Exactly. So there's a lot of those moments that come like, aha, I get it. And then all those combined, you start to fill that picture, right?
Yeah.
So
what I'm hoping is we'll go back and watch all the historic lives and just try and pick pieces out of those, and then obviously try and watch the newest ones as well. But I think the older ones will also help.
Right. Yeah.
Hi, may I interject here for a second?
For sure. Hi, Tom.
Hi. Hi, Luke. You know what I did when I first started was I went to YouTube, to David's channel, and I went back and watched every single video, even though they were outdated, because the time had already passed. I went back and watched every single YouTube video in order from the oldest to the newest, and then I went and took his college classes, the university classes. Yeah. And now what he's saying makes a lot more sense because he just drills it into your head, so you can't get away from it because he doesn't change from day to day. It's the exact same thing every video. So that actually helped me being brand new as well. I'm new like you. So just something to consider.
Awesome,
Tom.
I've
seen the older videos at the moment. I'm going through all the old lives that you've got. They're like sort of 50 minutes long. But if you reckon going back through the older ones would be worth it, I'll add that to the list.
Yeah, thanks for interjecting there, Tom. And I gotta say that's great that you're working your ass off too, like watching all the videos. As you can see, it's a process, and there is work required, and obviously you're doing that. I agree. Go back, watch the live sessions. Go watch my analysis, press pause, clear your charts, and then try to do the same. Follow it step by step, you know, and again, it's not going to be right away, right? There's going to be moments of frustration, or I don't understand this, or I don't understand that. And that's a part of the process. That's a part of the process. And that's what makes it fun, because once you get it, it's like, okay, I earned it. You know, I earned this. So yeah, just like Tom said, we're going to drill this into you.
Cheers, lads. Appreciate it. Where you go?
No problem, Luke. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
All right, cheers, guys.
Have a good day. Tom, thanks as well, bud. Okay, Hector, how you doing, buddy?
Hello. Yeah, everything cool.
What was that, Hector?
Yeah, everything is cool.
Awesome.
I wanna share something with you guys. I have been trading the stocks the same way that you have been teaching me. And in the last 3 weeks, I have been trading 3 stocks, and I have been making 100%.
You made 100% in the last 3 weeks
of profit.
There we go.
So I have been trading SUB, SCOM. I have been trading. I'm gonna write down.
Yeah, in the chat room. Write it down in the chat room. So that's great. First off, I'm happy you're doing 100% in 3 weeks. But Hector, let me ask you, what's your risk like per trade?
Here's what I do. I look for sensitive points. So what I do, I put my Fibonacci retracement, and when I see confluence with the EMF levels, the Fibonacci, and the horizontal line, I get my trade. So I risk like 3-1.
So you're doing minimum 3-1 with the risk of how much of your account value?
Almost like 100%.
Oh, yeah, almost 100% risk.
I bought like a 1,000 share.
Understood.
So it's like a 90 cents. So I put my stop loss like 30 cents. 30 cents behind.
So
I'm gonna take a profit.
Yeah. Okay. So you're doing 10% risk SL. Because if you're buying at $1 and you're selling at 90, that's where your SL is. You're risking 10% of your total account value. So what I would say is try to risk a bit less. First off, very proud of you for doing 100% in 3 weeks. It's not easy at all, no matter what risk you're doing. But I would say try to lower your risk, because there's going to be a time where you lose a trade, and you want to. I would say lower your risk just a little bit. Try to get it to 5%, 4% of your total account value, if you can.
Okay.
Because. But do what you feel is more comfortable for you. Of course, I'm just my suggestion.
Yeah, I will do it. I have another question. I have some money saved. I would like to know your opinion. So I would like to. This is the money I have. I would like to deposit in the Forex account to take the trades that you take. What do you think about it?
For you to deposit money in the Forex account, I think it's great. I mean, that's what you're here for, right? If you're trading the stock market right now and you're finding success and you're understanding my flow and the way I speak, why not? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically, how I trade it makes a lot of sense the way that you trade, because what I use the Fibonacci and the 3 earnings level, 30 something, 50 and 62. Also, what I add to the Fibonacci is 2 targets, 132 and 160.
Got it.
Basically, it is in the forms in the support and resistance zones that you draw.
Got it. Okay. So you're finding entries at fib and area of sensitivity. Understood.
Yes.
I love it. And you're doing it in the overall direction, which is great. So what you're doing is you're finding entry at essentially exhaustion, which is awesome.
Yes. Also, what is easier to me is the way that you explained before. So what I do, I draw a trend line, 4 hours trend line, or 1 hour trend lines. I will make confluence with a Fibonacci. That's exactly what you was telling me as.
There we go. Yeah, how fibs confluent, how with the strength of the trend line and all that. I agree. Awesome. That's great.
Before wasn't make a lot of sense, but right now to me it's a lot more easier than before.
There we go. You're having a lot of these moments that we were just talking about. Yeah.
Thank you so much for
You're welcome, Hector.
All that.
You're welcome, Hector. Thanks so much for saying hi, buddy. Keep rocking, okay? Keep us posted. Feel free to take screenshots and share with the members. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Chat soon. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm working. That's why. So.
I know you are.
Yeah, I'm an electrical contractor, so I work for myself. So that's why I go on, according to my customers.
Understood.
So that's why I'm here all the time.
Understood, buddy. Well, it's perfect. You're trading from your. Oh, there we go. You're digging lines.
Yeah, hard work. That's why I'm trying to blow my money.
That is hard work.
I fire all these. I don't want to be in these no more. You see?
I hear you, buddy. Well, with time, it's coming. It's coming. You see, you're starting to feel a little bit more confident now. It's coming.
Yeah.
Awesome, bro.
All right, buddy.
Keep rocking.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna leave you now. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you, Hector. Bye, buddy. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's awesome. It's great that you all came in and we spoke. That's awesome. All right, back to work for a little. Let's get some decent music. Music's annoying.
Always think of you when spring comes. Like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of.
I had a feeling you'd come back and see me. From all these lonely nights and heartbreaks. And I feel this place without you. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end it like we did. I guess shit happens for a reason. But it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? You let my mind. Come back and save me from all my slip-ups and mistakes. And I'm just pointless without you. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go
Hey, David?
Hey, Tom.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
Okay, so you're starting at 6 training with the London guy. His name is Jake.
Correct.
What time does Jake start?
1 a.m. Vancouver, Canada time.
And do you guys post a link for him?
Yes, it will be. Maybe not till Wednesday. Just need to get him set up with his optic fiber internet and everything like that and make sure it's all settled before that happens, but it will be this week. And yes, there will be a separate link. There will be a link for that's posted at that time, and then I'll be hopping on with that link as well.
Fantastic. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
You're welcome, Tom. Have a great day, buddy. We're back.
Yeah. me, honey, why you show off your money? Wave it like it's a tissue. Baby, this is your issue. I'm not falling for bullshit. If you like me, then say it. You don't get that I see it through. This facade that surrounds you. But when I taste time, so you waste mine. You and me ain't right. Where it goes, you're nothing more than silverware. Thinking you're so bold, but I was unaware. Walk around and around you. Tell me like I'm young, stupid fool. Take off all your clothes. You're nothing more than silverware. I'm over you, so done with you. I'm over you, so done with you. Where it goes, you're nothing more than silverware. Thinking you're so bold, but I was unaware. Walk around and around you. Tell me like I'm young, stupid fool. Take off all your clothes. You're nothing more than silverware.
David.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah. I know you've already done an analysis of USD. I've been watching it recently. I was just wanting to get your thoughts on it because I have an analysis of my own. It's obviously very similar to yours as well. And I was looking for a bullish entry maybe, but I'm hesitant. I'm very hesitant with the USD because, like you say, it's gaining strength.
Yeah. So you're looking at Euro USD, you said, right?
Kiwi USD.
Kiwi USD.
NZD, yeah.
So you're looking at, one more time, you're looking at move to
the upside.
Yeah. So I'll show you my screen. Kiwi USD is not looking so sexy, and I'll tell you why. Because there seems to be a long way for price to go till it reaches its higher time frame exhaustion. I wouldn't do an entry to the upside at where the current level is. And the reason why is because this is a low time frame area sensitivity. You can also see higher highs. Okay. So price may find some buy pressure, but once it breaks through that buy pressure, it's going to make its way to its weekly zone, right? Because it's got free range. So what I would say is you're not looking for an entry to the upside on Kiwi USD until price reaches its weekly zone. And depending on how strong it comes down to its weekly zone, we're going to have to adjust to either straight move to the upside or double confirmation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very welcome, Joe.
Stretch my legs. Wash my teeth up, wash my face. Start my wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the bacon. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. Okay, I know that today'll be a good day. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Drink some water, brush my teeth. Get out of bed and I stretch. Bed in my hair is a mess. Look through my clothes for a fit. Anything I do is drip. feel like a kid when I'm tick-tocking. I still keep it real as it is. I show my age, I don't switch often. I'm just as a dad as it gets. Try taking naps with my kids, talking. I'm guessing this life how it is. And I can't wait for the weekend. Keep jammies on like I'm a kid. Yeah. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the bacon. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today will be a good day. Okay, I know that today will be a good day. Feel good, feel great, can't complain. Look out my window, see birds and planes. Sun's out, some clouds, it might rain. Siblings on my nerves again. Summertime, go for a swim. Wintertime, go grab a sled. Spring, I might need an umbrella. Fall back in school with my friends. Attitude change like the weather. My mom tell me it never ends. Like clocks, we evolve in a circle. Every 12 months we do it again. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day.
Man, New Zealand Kiwi. So, same thing with New Zealand Kiwi. We know that New Zealand Yen is going to continue to the downside. We can assume that New Zealand Kiwi will as well, or New Zealand Yen will as well. As you can see, there's a lot of sell pressure, especially this pin bar here. There's a lot of sell pressure. So we go to the 4H time frame. Okay, we don't necessarily want to be looking to the upside. We want to let price penetrate a little bit deeper. But the 1 day time frame is definitely not showing us any entry to the upside. Maybe when we get to previous low here. Welcome. Hi, Len. How are you?
Hello, David.
How are you?
Good, good. And you?
I'm doing good. Let me lower the music.
The live session is over, yes?
That's correct, but the recording was just posted.
Okay, David.
Okay, so no worries if you missed it.
Okay.
All right, buddy?
Yes, bro. I just want to say thank you for you, bro. I learned a lot from you for trading.
You're so welcome, man. You're so welcome, Len. Thanks so much for being a part of the group and a part of the team. And the love goes right back to you, man.
Now I'm doing really a bit of my own thing with my strategy, but what you say in your live sessions about the fundamentals really interest me. So I keep looking to your live sessions for the fundamentals.
Awesome, Len. That's great. Well, it's important, so you know that if you want to share with the team your strategy, keep us posted with what you're doing. Feel free to do that. I'm trying to make the community a little bit more tight and get more communication going. That's going to happen with the Telegram being posted, but yes, I really appreciate you reaching out and saying hi, buddy.
Okay, yes. I really use only two things, and that's trend lines and Fibonacci.
Okay, so you're not monitoring
because
zones?
Your strategy was very good for me, but I always struggled with entry.
Okay.
And I never came further in the process of finding entry, and then I started using Fibonacci, and I got very nice entries, and then I started being profitable, and I started very much back testing every day, and
nice.
Now I'm in a phase, and I'm doing good for more than 2 months. I'm going to start a FTMO challenge. Have you ever heard about the FTMO challenge?
What's that?
That's a funding program when you can do that for 200 euros and you get a capital of 100,000, and if you can get 10% in a month,
yes.
you can get profits from a large company.
Yeah, I don't know about this company. I don't know about this company, so I can't say anything about them. But just be careful with that kind of stuff. A lot of times they just want you to pay the 200. Then they'll say if you get 10%, but then they'll say, okay, we want more or this or that, and then they never end up really funding you. They take a few people that they've funded with extremely good results, that they've had some sort of commitment from an investor or something like that. And then promote that. So just be careful. I'm not saying I don't know anything about these guys. I'm not saying that they're not doing anything right. I'm just saying be careful. Do your research.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. So I look very deep into that organization, and I think that one is very trustable.
Okay.
So
awesome. Very
it's
good.
A lot about thanks to you, bro. Thank you. You learned me a very lot, and if I get the FTMO challenge in about 2 months and I get real profits and real money, I can start with my life building. I'm only 18 years old, so
yeah, you got lots of time. Len. But I love that you're already ahead of the game. Just keep rocking, keep doing the right things. In no time, you're going to be trading serious money and making serious capital. So just keep doing what you're doing, buddy.
Thank you, bro.
All right.
Yes, bro. I'm gonna leave you. All I wanted to say was
no problem.
I keep looking to you, bro.
No problem, Len. Let me know if you have any questions, if I can help you with anything. Okay, brother?
Okay.
Keep rocking, man.
Thank you, bro.
Bye.
Ciao.
What's up, Jake? Doing good, bro. screen. Perfect. Take care, Joey. Jake, my mom's doing well, buddy. Thanks for asking. She's doing better. Treatment's doing well. No complaints, brother. Have a good run, buddy. Enjoy it. Keep rocking. Thanks for joining me, bud.
Stretch my legs. Brush my teeth up. Wash my face. Start my wake up, get up, stretch my legs. Eat some breakfast, milk and eggs. Brush my teeth up, wash my face. Throw my clothes on, start my day. Wake up, I can smell the smoke from the bacon. Let's go, see the sun shining from the windows. Okay, I know that today will be a good day. Okay, I know that today will be a good day. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Drink some water, brush my teeth, get out of bed and I stretch. Bed in my hair is a mess. Look through my clothes for a fit. Anything I do is drip. Feel like a kid when I'm tick-tocking. I still keep it real as it is. I show my age, I don't switch often. I'm just as a dad as it gets. Try taking naps with my kids, talking. I'm guessing this life how it is. And I can't wait for the weekend. Keep jammies on like I'm a kid. Yeah. Wake up, get up, stretch my legs. smell the smoke from the bacon.
I see you, Jake. I see you. Something a little bit Let's get something. Oh my god. They're making bath bombs now? Can you unmute? Can you unmute? I can't hear you. It's showing that the mic is open though, so you can talk. It's okay if you can. I know you're going for a run. It's okay. Just wanted to hear the update. Ooh.
Oh shit.
Whatever that is.
Okay, that was I'm on my phone now.
There we
I don't
go.
know why my computer wasn't working. Yeah. So.
How are things going,
update.
bro?
Candles still doing good. We're making bath bombs now. So
nice.
This is just like my little sample pack. But what we're gonna do is on the bath bomb itself is gonna be like my logo in there, and then it's gonna have the little weed leaf on top, so everybody will know it's like one of those CBD bath bombs. And then just same old stuff. I need to figure out how to send you this though.
It's difficult with marijuana, isn't it? Difficult.
But it's like, I think it's gonna go federal in the next year.
I hope so. I
really do. I really think. I mean, I don't even know what it's like to be able to send overseas. I don't know if they'll look inside. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because what I could do is kind of act like this is just. I mean, there's no THC inside of this. Like, there's, you're not going to get high off this shit anyways.
It's
so if there's
CBD,
a way, I might just take off this tag right here and just send it to you that way, so you and the wife can try it. Even
that'd be awesome. It'd be hard for them to test it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to test it now.
That'd be awesome.
If I sent this to you, it would be without the package.
Yeah.
Because then it just looks like a regular vape.
Yeah.
And then that's really all it is, just a regular vape. So.
I love it, man.
I mean, I can't complain. It's hard right now though because of the times, and I really don't think people are spending a lot of money right now.
Not much.
Especially on
things like this.
I don't really see people right now spending $30, $25 on a candle right now for CBD. Nobody has that extra money right now. So tough, I think within the next year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Proud of you, man. Keep rocking. That's a lot. You keep opening up different types of products. I love it.
Thanks, bro.
Hell
yeah.
Let me
Thanks,
know.
brother.
Let me know.
Yeah. So I gotta. I'm gonna. As soon as we get the next stage of the bath bomb done, what I'll do is I'll figure out how to send you a candle bath bomb and a little cart at the same time. Yeah. It'll be like a little gift bag, a little gift box. There's no way they'll know.
That'll be my first.
No way.
That night would be my first bath of the year, buddy. The fucking last 5 years, I don't usually take baths. I just shower.
Yeah, hey, my dad said the same thing.
Yeah, there we go. How does he feel?
Well, I mean, majority of the time, the bath bombs are for the women. Let's be honest.
Yeah, what
I mean? Like, just like you said, when's the last time you even took a freaking bath, bro?
Not much.
Probably an ice bath was the last.
My God, yeah, ice bath. Literally, I've had an ice bath before I had a previous bath. Actual bath.
So, Pop's back was hurting him the other day, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to try one of our bath bombs. Threw it in there, and
Felt
within
better.
15 minutes, he said he was good to go. He was like, I was in there for 15 minutes. I washed off after, and I was good. And I was like, well, see?
CBD, man. Love it, man.
So, yeah, like I said, the website's being revamped right now.
Mm-hmm.
The flower is not going to be until probably 2023. I'm really working hard to get my strain out there, like an actual weed. I'm gonna have probably like 6 different plants that are gonna be crossed in order for it to be like a super super exotic type of strain.
Right.
I want something that nobody's seen. The secret sauce.
Yeah, something that separates you from others.
But I'm trying to get rid of all the bad nonsense and trying to specify on which ones that I want, what properties I want in it, type of scenario. So, it's going to take another 3 years, I think.
Yeah, it's a process. I love it though, man. You're going to take it step by step, build a product, sell it, improve it, sell it. You're gonna keep rocking, man. I love it. I love that you're doing different products too, coming out with bath bombs, candles, things like that. You're doing it. You're doing it right.
It's just tough times, man.
Yeah.
It's
it
hard.
Is even more reason to double down on FX, and get this thing going and rolling. It's one of those things, man, where everybody, I was talking to my uncle the other day, everybody's just stressing out and is having some sort of tough time right now. There's, like you said, people's money is tight. So it's one of those things where you're not alone. Just keep rocking, keep moving,
Yes, sir. Yeah, FX that's the secret sauce. That's what I've always said and believed in. Now it's just I got to double down on it and kind of get away from all the outside negativity and all the nonsense that's going on and kind of just, refocus my energy and back into the market. It's the educational part.
That's important. Yeah. The
that
learning.
I need to work on.
Yeah. Well,
I can look at the graph easily and tell you, where it's going and my analysis on it, but at the same time, the educational part of being able to day trade or even hourly trade or even scalping or whatever on even lower time frames, that's like you said, with knowledge. You just can't go in there and be like, oh, this is a certain resistance point. Oh, this is a downtrend. Okay, well, cup and handle, blah, blah, blah. It's on, 50% Fibonacci and it still could go against you.
Exactly.
So that's my biggest thing for that.
100%, brother.
That's why when you said you were about to do all these Zoom meetings and be on here all day, and I was like, oh, perfect.
Yeah, you can ask questions as they come about.
Yeah, there's definitely... I need to rewatch the 2 workshop videos. I think that's what my goal for today is to rewatch the workshop videos.
Yeah. Yeah, get on that, pause it, rewatch it. Totally. Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, let me know, my man.
Okay, what's going on with the university?
Redoing it, but there's still the content's still live. I'm just repolishing up every video because the last time I filmed FXGU was 3 years ago. So there's new things that I've learned over the past 3 years, different ways of communicating with the members. So I'm just refilming it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it.
I'll be down to check that out too when you get that all up.
Oh man, well of course, all the members are going to be added to it. So.
Okay.
You know it, my man. You know it.
Yes, sir. I'm going to go on this run and then get this workout in. I'm going to log back in on my computer, and then I shall be back. How long are you about to be on for today?
Enjoy, buddy. I'm going to be on for another hour, and then I'm going to be back again later tonight, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, for a little trade.
I don't catch you.
No worries. You'll see me tomorrow, Brian, specking right in the morning there.
Yeah, I'll get you spanking in the morning.
See you there, brother.
Sunrise.
Fuck yeah, keep rocking, man. Before the sun rises, early bird gets the worm.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right, my brother.
Have a good run. Bye.
that's me. DD, that's me. DD, you wear a hat, they go down. Me, I'm the dad in the hat. You just like covenant clothes. Me, I like afternoon naps. 3, I be missed for the road. My oldest like cut on the wax. My middle one, she's in the dirt bike. My youngest is just like a mama. The mama loves me and I love her, so if she wants something, it's never about. 3 little ladies, my babies, and 1 on the way. Now I'm stressing my mom. And don't try to play around, don't try to play with them unless you're looking for problems. Don't try to play around, don't try to play with them. My brother's out with the drama. 4 to 5 nights on the road. Count the days and I'm home. I can just show the show, but nothing is better than home. Driving through nights I'm alone. Count the days and I'm home. I've been on road, I'm on go, but nothing is better than home. Look at my ass like I'm Dorothy. I need no hobbies, it's boring me. Play on my kids and it's water me. I see new losses and watering. I just want signs and stocks. I feel on top of the top. Shipping a pop like pop. Taking my twins and celebrate. It's more like a blessing me dedicate. Head of the house like the head of state. Bringing the passion to dinner place. I go, I sing and celebrate. I cannot be bought at some bucket rate. I got on my back and my body weight. I stay in the crib like a quarantine. I stay in the crib and I isolate. Making my way, I should demonstrate. I ain't no fish, I'm a tidal wave. I can't know when I contemplate. At my own pace and I'm never late. See the short things that new to me. I only do this for like 2 or 3. I'll be down as long as it's true to me. The records, some records is new to you. But none of these records is new to me. I used to skip class, I'm tutoring. I was just a T with a GED. On paper was more like a couple G's. That hustle and work, nothing new to me. Look back now, I'm like I'm a son. Never underestimate G.O.D. Don't give me what I want, but what I need. DD, that's me. 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 DD, that's me.
You need to chill. You don't know me like that. You got a problem, you can meet me out back. Look, I don't mean to be a sound rash, just hear me out. We don't need to beef about facts, cause yeah, I be down flat, every other week until I bounce back. Is it me or am I just trapped in my wizardry? It appear to be really just that, dog. Dog, my life crazy. I'm a Leo, just being like God made me. I'm a Leo, feeling like James Baldwin. Got a couple problems, play out face all of them. Said he got a problem, guess that I got more of them. Hit you with my paws, dog, all four of them. But I'd rather be more cautious. From the four corners, moving like Transformers. Nandez, that's the homie at, that's my best friend. We gon' ride all the way to death's entrance. Through the other side, all the way to death's ending. It's a couple ways you could go to face death. First time I saw him, he told me to stay fresh. Second time I saw him, he told me I stay blessed. Third time I saw him, I told him I see you next, big flex. What a mess. You feel like the best, depressed. If I know me, why do I gotta guess? I expected it, what did you expect? I'm connecting the dots, dog, and my plug is the www.com. Show me love, I'm gonna reciprocate it, it's not hard. If it's yours, you can keep it, whatever, there's no charge. Ain't nothing free, ma, as you can see, especially not me, ma. The world yours, though, but it ain't delivery or the journal. Go get it, I gotta go now. Catch you with the show now. What if trips been a long while? Chapter 7, book 3, I wrote down problems. Got a couple problems. He asked me if I had a problem. Front him like you don't know the problem. I guess we got a problem. I guess I'ma have to solve it. Player, I always been a problem. Now I just guess I got some more. You don't know me like that. You got a problem, you can meet me out back. Look, I don't mean to be a sound rash, just hear me out. We don't need to beef about facts, cause yeah, I be down flat, every other week until I bounce back. Is it me or am I just trapped in my wizardry? It appear to be really just that, dog. Dog, my life crazy. I'm a Leo, just being like God made me. I'm a Leo, feeling like James Baldwin. Got a couple problems, play out face all of them. Said he got a problem, guess that I got more of them. Hit you with my paws, dog, all four of them. But I'd rather be more cautious. From the four corners, moving like Transformers. Nandez, bitch, that's the homie at, that's my best friend.
Cereal has got something to say.
We gon' ride all the way to death's entrance through it.
Yep. Okay, everybody. That's it for today. For those of you who are watching me now, I just want to say thank you who have joined me this whole time. Thank you. Vancouver time, so Pacific Standard Time, every morning, 6 a.m. We will be live trading, okay? And then we get to the FXG Live, and then we get to just working together. If you want to be a part of the FXG membership so you can see our trades, our targets, our analysis, get access to the Forex Gentleman platform, feel free to go to forexgentleman.com and join the worldwide community. All right, everybody, I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.